Yo legends! Welcome to Fanfiction Legend. Grab your headphones because today's story is about to hit different. Disclaimer: I do not claim ownership of this story. All rights belong to the original creators. Marvel, I am Punisher. Chapter 81 Desperate Stark. Chapter 81 Desperate Stark. Hundreds of thunders directly drowned the hatred. The blazing silver light made it unable to see clearly what was in front of it. It instinctively sensed danger, but it didn't know why. A series of blinding flashes left his eyes blank. Suddenly, he felt a pair of hands holding his head, followed by a deep voice. "Look into my eyes." It's very confused. The voice continued to sound like a judgment. Your soul will be eroded by the victims. Feel their pain. Do not. A desperate roar that resounded through the sky shocked all the viewers in front of the TV. They couldn't see what was happening in the fierce thunder. But as the thunder faded, they saw their beloved New York savior holding up the monster's limp body in one hand. Monster, dead. Woohoo! Tilde. The audience cheered happily. Jameson on the helicopter was shocked. This kind of power was indeed much stronger than his boss, the human can man. At this time, Hulk finally passed through the layers of buildings and arrived at the battlefield. But he was a little confused. Why did his opponent kneel down? What were these dwarfs doing? His simple brain couldn't analyze what was going on, which made him very annoyed, and he wanted to smash something! Cohen looked at the Hulk, who was about to lose control, and quickly came to Wolverine's side. Go tell him that the sun is about to set. What? Wolverine was concentrating on staring at the powerful enemy in front of him, but Cohen's words made him stunned. What went down the mountain? This is an opportunity that could end this battle right away. Do you want to give it a try? Once you succeed, you will be the greatest hero of the night! Reach out your hand, slowly approach him, and tell him with your most gentle smile and the softest voice that the sun is about to set. Looking at the monster in front of him, Wolverine hesitated. As soon as he raised his foot, Cohen next to him suddenly laughed. He immediately realized that he had fallen into a trap, and angrily said, "You son of! If we weren't on the battlefield, I would have made a few holes in your body." Cohen patted his shoulder and said, "Watch out, I'll teach you how to fight monsters." As soon as he finished speaking, he soared into the sky. Wolverine was stunned. "Are you going to fight the monster or run away?" Cohen flew directly to the helicopter where General Ross and Betty were, and knocked on the porthole. Bang bang, signaling for the door to open. General Ross, looking confused, hesitantly opened the back door. Cohen went in and saw Betty, whose face was filled with sadness. "General Ross, how about borrowing someone from you?" When Ross saw Cohen staring at his daughter as soon as he came in, he knew what he meant. He immediately became furious. "Impossible. Are you trying to use her?" Cohen ignored him and turned to look at Betty. "If you don't want to, I'll have to beat him to death." "Yes, I do." Betty, who had seen Cohen's power, nodded repeatedly and rushed over. Cohen hugged her waist tightly and flew backwards. Ross shouted angrily, "Asshole, give my daughter back to me. You will kill her." When Hulk's frustration reached its peak and he wanted to smash everything in front of him, Cohen landed in front of him holding Betty. The angry Hulk immediately went silent. Cohen returned to Wolverine and nodded at him. "Here, this is love." Wolverine glanced at the Hulk, who had really calmed down under Betty's gentle advice and was slowly turning back into an ordinary person. Speechless, can only give Cohen a thumbs up. Cohen smiled and walked up to the Hulk, who had transformed into a human form. "Dr. Banner, nice to meet you. I wonder if you are interested in joining the Avengers to uphold justice, save the world, and protect the people. We welcome you here." "Doctor." Banner remained silent, with deep suspicion in his eyes. Cohen paused and said, "Oh, I forgot to tell you that Miss Betty just agreed to join my laboratory. If you join the Avengers, you can work together. My research laboratory is in the Avengers base." Betty glanced at Cohen. Join his lab? This was the first time she had heard such words. But she didn't refute. Instead, she looked at Bruce Banner. Cohen continued, "In the Avengers base, you don't have to worry about hurting others. As you can see, we are all superpowered. Unlike General Ross, I will not force you to fight any battle you are unwilling to fight. I can even hire you as a researcher. If you don't feel comfortable, you can always leave. After all, there are few places in this world that can hold you back." Banner didn't want to agree, but when he saw Betty's eager and expectant eyes, he hesitated. "All right, G." Behind Cohen, Wolverine shook his head and sighed, "Love is really a cage." The street fighting was over, and life in New York continued as usual. The difference is that there are more and more reports and posters about the Avengers on TV and in the streets. A nightclub. The music was blasting and the lights were flashing. With the help of alcohol and some small round pills, young men and women twisted their bodies wildly, releasing their youthful hormones. Stark, who is nearly 40 years old, also joined the carnival. He twisted his body, rubbing against the girl and the boy, and he was already drunk. In a daze, I suddenly felt a warm current in the triangular area. He staggered to the bathroom, washed his face, and became a little more sober. When he opened his shirt, he saw horrifying blue veins all over his chest. He took out a small square instrument, opened it, pressed it with his thumb, and felt a tingling sensation. The instrument showed palladium concentration 58%. Taking a deep breath, he knew that he was about to die. These days, he was like a desperate wild dog, partying like crazy. He left the entire company in the hands of Pepper Potts and disappeared, participating in Formula One racing, sleeping with models like crazy, partying in nightclubs. He wants to use the feeling of excitement and happiness to offset the fear of death. I looked at my pants, they were soaked, so I went home to change. No, why should I change? Throwing the instrument into the trash can, he rushed back to the dance floor. Then play music. Then dance! This time, because Nick Fury focused most of his energy on the Avengers and the Justice League, he did not discover Stark's abnormality in time. Of course, Natasha the Black Widow was not sent out. Pepper was busy with company affairs all day and unconsciously ignored him. So, even if the reveling Stark suddenly fainted on the dance floor, no one noticed. Apart from when Stark woke up, he seemed to be in a box. The music outside is still booming. In front of him sat an old man with a slicked back hair, a black suit, leather gloves, and a skull-shaped cane, all dressed meticulously. It looked out of place in a nightclub. However, inexplicably, Stark felt an unusual aura from him. "Tony Stark, who are you?" The old man smiled and said, "I really like your armor. It is a masterpiece of design. You must have the smartest brain in the world." "Yes, I have. But who are you?" "When you need to know, you'll know." Stark stood up and shook his head, which was aching. He took out a check from his pocket and quickly filled in a few figures. "Here, this is your reward for moving me into the room. Thank you. As for guessing who you are, sorry, I'm not interested." The old man was not angry. Instead, he took the check, glanced at it, and said with a smile, "The famous Stark is really generous," but he paused, his face suddenly serious. "This amount of money is not enough to pay for your treatment." Stark's face changed, and he suddenly lifted up his clothes on his chest to take a look. The blue veins on it were gone. He asked in surprise, "You cured me?" "Don't be too happy, it's just temporarily clearing the palladium in your body. But within a few days, the concentration will still rise to a level that is enough to kill you." Stark was silent and sat back down. "Let me ask you again, who are you and what do you want to do?" The old man smiled. "Want to make a deal, Tony Stark." He waved his hand, and the check suddenly caught fire without wind and turned into ashes. President O'Connor was pleased with the fighting on the streets of New York that night. He gave the Avengers more funding and policy support. Cohen's base has become larger. In addition to the place where the Avengers train, there are also schools and dormitories for mutants and several research buildings divided into classified and general areas. What Cohen was most concerned about was the research work on the Thunder armor. After talking with Anton and his son, he decided to go to Stark Tower. Soon, he knocked on Pepper's door, wearing a handsome blue suit and holding a box of fresh cherries in his hands. Seeing it was him, Pepper stood up enthusiastically. "Hey, Father Cohen, long time no see. Come to think of it, neither Stark nor I have formally thanked you for saving our lives. I'm really sorry. Yeah, I'm really sad that you haven't asked me out for coffee." Pepper blushed slightly, showing a bit of shyness. "I've been too busy recently," and Stark suddenly handed the company over to me at this moment. A voice suddenly came from the TV. "It is hard for us to believe that Stark's secretary was appointed as the CEO of Stark Industries! What qualifications does she have? She has no management experience at all." Pepper's face suddenly turned pale. Cohen patted her on the back of her hand a few times and said, "Don't be sad. It's normal to be doubted. There are always people in this world who like to gossip, but I believe you can manage this huge company well." Pepper nodded, not feeling much better. Cohen shrugged. "Don't let him influence you, or I'll lose a lot." "Why?" Pepper wondered. "Because, after you took office, I bought a lot of Stark Industries stocks! Besides, you can handle even the most difficult person, Stark himself, let alone a company." "That's right." Pepper finally smiled. The two chatted about some other topics until the phone on the table suddenly rang. Pepper looked apologetic. "Mr. Cohen, my flight is going to be late. It's okay." Cohen stood up quickly. Pepper picked up the cherry on the table. "I like this very much. I will take it to the plane to eat." The two of them went out together. Cohen paused slightly at the door and looked at the model board in the corner. Pepper quickly explained, "This is the three-dimensional map of the Industrial Expo Park that Howard left for Stark a long time ago. It has been placed here ever since." Cohen certainly knew. In fact, one of the buttons on his chest is a miniature scanner with strong penetrating power, which has recorded the entire three-dimensional image. After a brief pause, he continued walking forward. The two of them came to the hall together, and Cohen suddenly patted his head. "By the way, I have another gift for you." "What?" Pepper was slightly surprised. Cohen took out a box and opened it, revealing an exquisite sapphire necklace. "It's inappropriate for a beautiful girl like you to have nothing around your neck. Such a valuable gift, I can't." Cohen was helpless. "This is my first time giving a necklace to a girl. You won't let me return in failure, right?" "This I swear, there is no other meaning in this. It's just a simple gift." Pepper hesitated. "Are you sure there's nothing else?" "I am sure." Pepper hesitated again and again. "Well, okay." Cohen quickly took out the necklace. "Let me help you put it on." "Huh? No, Mr. Cohen, there are a lot of people here." They didn't notice that outside the hall door, Stark was standing there blankly, as if struck by lightning. "This is the first time I use the illustration function. If you guys don't feel it's abrupt, I'll add more illustrations in the future." End of this chapter. Chapter 82, Flaming Skull. Chapter 82, Flaming Skull. Looking at Cohen and Pepper, who were standing in the hall as if no one was around, Stark felt a chill in his heart. "I shouldn't be here. I should be under the car." Last night, after meeting the old man, he suddenly realized something. He realized his feelings and found that he had fallen in love with his secretary without realizing it. After thinking about it all night, he decided to open up and tell Pepper everything. Even though he was about to die, he didn't want to leave with regrets. "However, I never expected it!" Seeing the two people walking towards the door with smiles on their faces, he quickly looked for a place to hide. Behind the flower bed, watching the two people say goodbye and leave, he was suddenly shocked. "Damn, why do I look like a mistress who interferes with other people's relationships?" Stark, who had just recovered, collapsed again. "Forget it. Let me be a clown in the corner. This cruel and cold-blooded world has no room for true love. So let my fragile life disappear in this beautiful spring. Back to the club! Then play music, then dance! What? No one in the nightclub during the day? If I, Stark, say there is someone, There is someone exclamation in the early morning. Stark woke up from a group of naked men and women. He picked up a shirt and stumbled out of the nightclub. As soon as he walked out of the door, a voice sounded from behind him. Stark, wanna make a deal? Looking back, it was still the old man. Last time, he rejected him. This time, he didn't refuse. What do you want? Your soul. Stark was slightly startled. The old man smiled and said, tomorrow morning, you will be as healthy as a wild horse, and this wonderful world will still be your playground. Make a decision, Stark. He pulled out an old parchment from his arms. You just need to sign a contract with me. Stark's eyes flickered, and he suddenly took a deep breath. I think I have nothing to lose. In the sky, a bolt of lightning flashed across. Under the shining light, a human and a shadow with two horns on its head merged together. Boom! Stark's sports car disappeared at the end of the street. The old man smiled. His eyes seemed to penetrate the tall buildings in the city. Let me see who the next soul named Anger is. In the backyard of Emma Church, Cohen and Stark sat opposite each other. Stark brought a box of strawberries. Cohen's eyes froze for a moment, but he couldn't help asking, did you just go to see Pepper? Stark's eyes deepened. It seems that the relationship between you two is better than I thought. What a fart! Cohen rolled his eyes implicitly and said, if you've been there, it means you're giving Pepper's unwanted strawberries to me. Stark was thinking, I just went to see Pepper, and you know that. Bastard. You're really digging my corner! Cohen looked at Stark, whose expression changed slightly, and an idea came to his mind. This guy's aura seems to have changed a lot. Hasn't S.H.I.E.L.D. told him how to solve the palladium poisoning yet? Does Nick Fury want to make him suffer mentally and physically, and improve his abilities? Stark, what do you want from me? Don't say you're here to repay a favor. Stark was silent for a moment. I am very interested in the Avengers alliance you formed. Cohen frowned slightly. Does Stark want to join the Avengers? Something is wrong! This guy is a second-generation god with a good family background. Does Nick Fury want to go undercover? Want to join? No. Stark shook his head. I quite agree with your philosophy. New York is my home, and we all need to protect it. I also want to contribute to my hometown, but not by joining you. You have all kinds of heroes here, with different abilities and different needs for weapons and equipment. I am willing to tailor a set of combat equipment for every hero in the Avengers as a token of my support for you. Cohen smiled and leaned back in his chair, saying jokingly, oh, the equipment you're talking about, isn't it the Iron Man armor? Stark stared at him. Want it? Think. Sorry, I can't give it. Cohen smiled and shook his head. Forget it. Your weapons are too expensive, and they are all a bunch of rough guys. They are not used to using them. Stark shrugged without forcing him. I'm just making a suggestion. It's up to you whether you agree to it or not. He took out an exquisite invitation letter and said, Stark Industries will have a grand product launch in a few days. You are always welcome to come. There was a dance party after the meeting, and I invited many very ambitious young models and actors. Maybe you'll like it. Stark smiled frivolously, put on the sunglasses in his chest pocket, stood up, and when he was about to leave, he suddenly paused. I saw the sapphire necklace you gave Pepper. It's beautiful. It's strange that she and I have been together for so long and I never thought of giving her one. But I just ordered a few sapphires, rubies, emeralds. She can choose whatever she wants. They are much bigger than yours. Cohen smiled speechlessly and gave Stark a thumbs up. Pepper is so lucky to have you. Cohen didn't take Stark's visit too seriously, because he has been in a lot of trouble recently. As we all know, many things involve trouble once they involve officialdom and politics. Seeing the Avengers becoming more and more powerful and their influence growing, some people can no longer sit still. People from the military, the CIA, the Senate, and the House of Representatives all ran to the White House every few days trying to fight for control of the Avengers team. He was forced to attend several questioning sessions, where a group of people surrounded him and asked him all kinds of questions. He was very annoyed, really annoyed. The little notebook is almost full of names. Meet people, remember people, and arrange people every day. The Assassin Brotherhood's mission list is piled up thickly. This crappy hero is really not worthy of being one. Fortunately, I was just pretending. This kind of life was broken until a skull with flames all over its body appeared. Johnny Blaze, Ghost Rider. Another superhero with a tragic life story. Speaking of which, the reason why Johnny was awakened by Mephisto, fulfilled the contract, and transformed into Ghost Rider was all because of Mephisto's disappointing son, Blackheart. When the son grew up, he wanted to kill his father. Johnny was forced into this family affair. But the most crucial part of this incident is the Saint Venganza contract. And the contract is in the cemetery where the previous Ghost Rider, Carter Slade, was. Find Johnny first, then find the cemetery, and you will have the key to the whole incident. Cohen is still very interested in the powers in hell, such as Old Mo or the Blackheart demon. He was even interested in the few little demons recruited by the Blackheart demon, Wind demon, and Ink demon. Because of these references, he knew how much he could gain from his plan to bomb hell. He quickly found out Johnny Blaze whereabouts and found him in the police station. This is quite simple. He just makes a phone call and sends someone directly. At the same time, the whereabouts of the cemetery was also found out. After all, Ghost Rider had just been there last night, so all they had to do was follow the traces to find it. In the evening, Cohen and Wolverine, Colossus, Storm, and other Avengers took Johnny away from the police station and set out for the cemetery together. Johnny sat with Cohen, feeling a little awkward. He had heard of the Avengers' reputation. Cohen looked at him and said, "You have seen the power in your body, right? How does it feel?" Not good, very bad. It's normal to feel uncomfortable at first. But the key is what kind of person you want to be. A hero or a bear? Johnny was stunned. Be a hero was something he had never thought about. A bear is a choice only for fools. Cohen continued, "This force within you is very powerful. It can be used to judge all evil people and maintain the stability and peace of this world. But I don't know if you have ever heard the saying that with great power comes great responsibility. If you want to be a good person, then ability will not be your wings, but your shackles." Johnny's heart was shocked. With great power comes great responsibility. Ability is not wings, but shackles. Seeing him thinking, Cohen nodded. "If you decide to be a hero, my first advice to you is to stay away from your little girlfriend, Roxanne." Why? Johnny was shocked. The love of his youth was abandoned by him. He found her again in middle age, but he wanted to give her up again. "I've been around a lot of people like you, Johnny, with powers and the intention to save the world. But no matter how careful they are, they can't avoid affecting the people around them. Want to know what happened? Some of them lost their uncles, some lost their aunts, some lost their lovers, and some lost their best friends. Destiny cannot be deceived. Be a hero, but also be a loner." Johnny shut himself in. "So the first requirement to be a hero is the death of your entire family, right? Doesn't want to be this crappy guy! Mr. Cohen, do you have any way to remove this demonic power from me?" Cohen raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. "I think there should be, Johnny." "Great, now we will. Don't worry, Johnny. The sun hasn't set yet. The power in you is still dormant. Wait a moment." Johnny was stunned and nodded. Squeak! The car stopped in front of a cemetery, and Johnny suddenly realized that he had been here before. Cohen, Johnny, and others found the old priest. The first thing Cohen said when they met was, "Old Knight, please hand over the contract. After all, you don't want the Blackheart to take it away, do you?" If it weren't for the sight of Johnny Blaze with them, old Carter would have almost succumbed to his transformation. After a conversation, even though Cohen had stated that he was an Avenger, a superhero who protected the world, old Carter still stubbornly refused to hand over the contract. He kept saying that this was a matter between hell and heaven and it was none of the business of earthly heroes to intervene. Cohen pulled Johnny over and said, "Old Carter, this is the new Ghost Rider. Are you still worried about handing the contract to him? Has been carefully selected and certified by Laumo. If you don't believe me, why don't you believe him?" Unfortunately, Old Carter still pursed his lips and shook his head. Cohen was helpless. Okay, I'll leave the contract with you. I have a small favor to ask. Would you be willing to help me? Old Carter hesitated and asked, "What? Where is your tool room? I want to borrow a shovel." Old Carter's face changed instantly. End of this chapter. Chapter 83. God, you are such a disgrace to me. Chapter 83. God, you are such a disgrace to me. Old Carter's eyes widened. How do you know? Cohen smiled slightly. Why, no one told you I'm a priest. He pointed to the angel statue in the cemetery. You are protected by angels, and I am guided by God. Old Carter looked incredulous. Cohen snapped his fingers, and the Avengers immediately surrounded him, clang till the Wolverine's steel claws were exposed. Johnny Blaze's expression became very interesting. Damn, is this guy a superhero or a criminal? Are you planning to gang up on an elderly man? Old Carter, first of all, I have nothing against you, I just think you can't protect the contract. For the safety of the whole world, I believe that only I can ensure that it does not fall into the hands of the devil. As long as you hand over the contract, we will never hurt you in the slightest. Old Carter's beard trembled with anger. Just then, the sun completely set and night was about to fall. Suddenly, a cold wind blew. He came. Cohen and Old Carter said it almost in unison. Who's here? Johnny looked confused. At this moment, a pale-faced man suddenly appeared under the shadow of a big tree outside the cemetery. Seeing the people in front of him, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, but he still said to Johnny, "Johnny Blaze, if you want to redeem your woman, exchange her for the Saint Venganza contract." Having said that, he disappeared. Johnny was stunned for a moment, and suddenly he yelled, "Asshole, you haven't even told me where to exchange. Bastard, where can I find you?" Okay, stop scolding. He just came from hell and is not familiar with the kidnapping business. It's understandable. Cohen frowned slightly, and the plot of Roxanne's kidnapping was brought forward. Originally, Blackheart was supposed to find Roxanne after Wind Demon was killed by Johnny tonight. He originally planned to get the contract in advance, and then let Johnny voluntarily offer the spirit of vengeance to upgrade his own abilities. Then figure out how to deal with the contract. Now it seems that I must go to San Venganza. Thinking of this, Cohen looked at Old Carter and said, "Tell me, why do Mephisto and Blackheart want this contract so much?" Old Carter moved his mouth, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Cohen shook his head. "You don't say anything, so you want Johnny and his girlfriend to die?" Old Carter glared at him, sighed, and said slowly, "Using this contract, we can subdue the 1,000 powerful evil spirits entrenched in Saint Venganza." 1,000 evil spirits? What's the use? In the human world, they are just evil spirits, but in hell, they can become 1,000 powerful war demons under the command of the Demon King! With this army of war demons, Mephisto can expand his territory, invade the human world, and suppress other lords. Now that the Blackheart demon has this army of war demons, and uses it as a skeleton to expand the number, he can get a powerful army of hell. He'll earn his place in hell almost immediately. Cohen suddenly realized, no wonder they value this contract so much. Johnny frowned, somewhat puzzled. 1,000 human souls have such a powerful force. Old Carter shook his head solemnly. 1,000 evil spirits does not mean there are only 1,000 human souls. At that time, St. Vangeon had 27,000 most devout believers. Cohen was shocked. Why are there only 1,000 left? San Venganza, this once holy city, has fallen. What happened? There was a gleam of reminiscence in Old Carter's eyes, but it was also filled with deep fear. Back then, Sant Venganza was a place of miracles, and all believers were proud and honored to participate in baptism and pray to God here. One year, a plague broke out in the land and people flocked to the holy city to seek refuge. But what they brought into the holy city was not only disease but also deception, robbery, murder, conspiracy, greed, and jealousy! The bishop at that time prayed to God for a solution. But in response to his "Is it Mephisto?" Cohen interrupted. Old Carter paused and said, "Yes." He gave the bishop an absurd oracle, but the bishop believed it. A hunt for the devil has begun in the city. Under the bishop's order, some people had to kill their wives and daughters with their own hands. Some had to kill their parents, and some had to kill their lovers. People broke down. The bishop realized his mistake and confessed to God for 3 days and 3 nights. He did not expect to be forgiven by God, but hoped that God could save the lost lambs. But the corruption and depravity in the city were beyond his imagination. Because the plague does not exist. It has always been Mephisto. Cohen frowned. Why doesn't God respond? Do not know. Old Carter shook his head, hesitated for a moment, and finally said, maybe he doesn't care. God doesn't care. God doesn't care. Cohen nodded with interest. Please continue. The bishop probably realized that prayer is useless. So he performed a blasphemous ceremony against God. Suddenly, God was angry. Cohen was silent. Johnny was silent, and all the Avengers were silent. Wolverine suddenly said, "Father Cohen, what do you think?" Cohen opened his mouth and glared at him. God sent an angel to see if this place was still worth saving. Hearing this, Cohen breathed a sigh of relief. Look, God didn't just start killing innocent people right away. The angel took on the form of a mortal. As soon as he arrived at San Venganza, he was shocked by the filth he saw. But immediately he was surrounded by the residents and imprisoned. His arrival had already been exposed by Mephisto. An angel, even if he transforms into a mortal, possesses incredible power. His noble soul made his body perfect. The most beautiful voice, the most perfect body, his blood can cure all diseases, his hands can soothe the restless soul, his everything about him is fascinating. But greed is the original sin. They began to covet more. The angel screamed, wailed, groaned, struggled, and begged for mercy. All the filthiest and most despicable things happened here, in the hellish San Venganza. Cohen swallowed and suddenly felt a little regretful for hearing this story. The angel did not return, and God noticed something was wrong. He sent out another war angel. God ordered him to find the previous angels and let the previous angels conduct a judgment. The survival of Saint Venganza will be decided by a single word. Old Carter sighed and said, Mephisto told the residents the news again. When the war angel came to San Venganza, he searched every corner but found nothing. But the breath of angels clearly fills every corner of this city. Even on everyone. Old Carter suddenly smiled grimly. It is worthy of being a holy city. There is a trace of divine radiance in every person. Gulu. Wolverine swallowed. God was surprisingly angry. He has brought down the most cruel punishment. He will forsake this city. Thus, San Venganza became a hell on earth. Countless demons are rejoicing in it, and endless evil is spreading in it. Even the demons in hell didn't dare to take a second look at what was happening there. In just 1 month, there were only a few thousand people left alive and 20,000 suffering and crazy souls. Heaven won't accept them, and hell is happy to watch them suffer. Then, these souls began to devour each other. Until the end, the entire San Venganza became a ruin, with only 1,000 evil spirits suffering endless torture. After hearing the whole story, everyone was silent. Cohen coughed and said, well, I lied to you when I said I was a priest. The certificates are all fake. I am not familiar with God. Wolverine raised his middle finger at him. You are a knight of God. Stop lying. I never expected that before I could embarrass God, he would give me a big one. First exclamation at this point, Carter turned to Johnny and said, I know that girl might be a very important person to you. However, the contract must not fall into the hands of Mephisto and Blackheart. I hope you understand this. Come on, old man, it's not your girlfriend who's emotionally dead, right? Just give me the contract and leave me alone. I am the Avenger of the United States who specializes in supernatural events. I have settled this matter! Wolverine, call someone. Cohen is not blindly confident. Speaking of these evil spirits, what is their most powerful feature? Being in an illusory soul state, physical damage is difficult to take effect. But it just so happened that the two most powerful telepaths in the world today were both in his Avengers. Plus, both his and Johnny's Hellfire have the power to directly judge souls, so it's not a big problem. After all, this is the world, not hell. A few hours later, it was completely dark. Cohen and his group came to St. Bangonza. Cohen, Johnny, Professor Charles, Phoenix, Wolverine, Storm, Cyclops, and others are all there. As soon as he stepped into the ruined city, Charles couldn't help but sigh. I feel a lot of crazy souls, God. So evil. Wolverine gave him a look that said, God is indeed evil. Professor Cohen shook his head. Don't ask. I'd rather not have heard that story. Soon, everyone came to a half-collapsed building. From the appearance, it should be an abandoned church. Cohen led the way inside. The Blackheart demon stood with his back to the door. When he heard the voice, he did not turn back. Instead, he looked at the broken cross in front of him and said calmly, I have been waiting for you for a long time, Johnny Blaze. He turned around and saw the crowd with a strange look on his face. Do you think you can win by numbers? And you also found an old cripple. Johnny deadpanned, where's Roxanne? Where is the contract? Johnny took out a yellow parchment scroll, and a hint of greed suddenly appeared on the Blackheart demon's face. He pulled a woman out from behind the ruins, one hand over the person, the other hand over the goods. Johnny glanced at Cohen, who nodded slightly at him. Johnny walked forward and carefully handed him the contract, pulling Roxanne into his arms. After completing the exchange, he quickly stepped back. The black-hearted demon let out a wild laugh, opened the scroll, and shouted out a difficult and obscure spell, and the surroundings changed instantly. Flying sand and rocks, the sky is dark and the earth is dark! I expanded the story myself, otherwise it would be too monotonous. These are not just empty words, there is a related plot later. End of this chapter. Chapter 84 Devil and -039's Prelude. Chapter 84 Devil's Prelude, New York, Midtown Financial Building. Since the last invasion by the demon, this place has been under control. The entire building was deserted and surrounded by a metal wall. In the lobby on the first floor, several guards were killing time out of boredom. Suddenly, several dark shadows flashed by. When they reacted, they turned their heads to look at their companions and saw that each of them had an arrow stuck in his neck. Someone walked towards the alarm tremblingly. Another arrow hit him, and he felt pain in his knee and collapsed to the ground. In the hall, everyone knelt on the ground, touching their necks in horror, wanting to say something, but no sound came out. Before they died, they saw two figures flash and appear in the hall. Your arrows are more accurate than before. I used to shoot with my eyes, now I shoot with my heart. Two figures walked down the stairwell to the second underground floor, where the snake root priests had summoned the demon. One of them closed his eyes and felt it, then said with satisfaction, the spatial dimension here is indeed much weaker than other places. It seems that the energy I have to spend is less than I thought. Then, let's get started. On the edge of New York City, the underground altar where Frost summoned the blood demon. In the center of the altar stood a man wrapped in black. Surprisingly, the surrounding stands were filled with people or vampires. What was even more surprising was that all these vampires were kneeling on the ground, and they were obviously just captives. Behind them stood a row of ugly but terrifying demons! The man in black opened his arms and roared, "Kill them!" In an instant, the demons raised their butcher knives and chopped off the heads of the vampires one by one. A large amount of blood was spilled on the altar and a magical power was brewing. The man in black laughed loudly. "Come on, army of hell, I have prepared a sumptuous banquet for you." In the Avengers base Hudson River, a spider-like mechanical monster suddenly broke out of the water. On the spider's back, a thin pole rose up, holding up a reconnaissance camera. After making sure there was no one around, the mechanical spider crawled to a relatively flat place. The spider's back suddenly opened and several large boards were pieced together. On the surface of the large board, a complex hexagram array suddenly appeared. The hexagram array suddenly lit up, and in the center, a small lifting platform rose up, with a handful of crystal clear white sand on it. Puff. The white sand was flying and scattered around, forming a white mist. In the white mist, there was a faint flickering blue light. Sent. Van Gonza. As the Blackheart demon said the last words, "All souls, come to me." Suddenly, a strong black wind blew up around. In the dilapidated ruins, countless evil spirits were wrapped in thick black fog and hovered over the church. They howled and roared, like the solidified form of all the evil in the world. Cohen and others felt a chill from head to toe just by looking at it. They suddenly understood what hell on earth was. Professor Charles only released a little bit of power and broke out in a cold sweat. He, Theo, God. Wolverine had already stretched out his claws, looking at the evil spirits in front of him warily, and sneered, "Don't pray, Professor. Because, don't let God see that his punishment is successful." Evil spirits were flying in the sky, and some of them directly crashed into the Blackheart demon and merged with him. Cohen sighed and asked, "Why not me? I also have a strong and beautiful body." At this time, Phoenix Girl suddenly said, "Their howling seems to be repeating something." The professor frowned and closed his eyes. After a while, he suddenly opened them. I could only make out some of the meanings. They seemed to be talking about sin, forgiveness, the flesh, pain, and demons. Wolverine shook his head. They are asking God for forgiveness. Unfortunately, they don't know that God is also one of the perpetrators of their crimes. So how can he forgive them? The professor frowned. What on earth are you talking about, God? Wolverine took a deep breath. You can read my mind. The professor was stunned and nodded slightly. Those who knew the inside story had subtle expressions on their faces, but did not stop it. Cohen glanced at the professor as if waiting for something. Sure enough, the professor's face turned pale, and he suddenly coughed violently. Wolverine. At this moment, the evil spirits flying all over the sky began to collectively rush into the body of the Blackheart demon. He laughed heartily as he felt his strength growing. "Ha ha, powerful, so powerful. Father, you must have never imagined that I would gain such a huge power!" This is enough power to pull you off your throne, and now it belongs to me. Just wait, I will reign supreme over hell, and even you will have to look up to me. After a long roar to the sky, the black-hearted demon looked nonchalantly at the people in front of him. A disdainful smile appeared on his face. "You guys think you can defeat me? You don't even have the chance to be my subordinate." Cohen was slightly stunned. "Have you always been so crazy? Do you know who you are? Fastened, great savior of New York, the host of the Phoenix Force, the most powerful telepathic mutant in the human race. And there are other very powerful transcendents too!" Cohen turned around and looked at Charles and Jane, pointed at his head and said, "You help me hold him down." After saying this, he strode forward. The Blackheart demon had a cruel smile on his face, and with a single finger he pointed. The power of the evil spirit was about to burst forth. However, no. The evil spirit in his body seemed to be fixed. How could this be possible? Before he could react, a fist hit him in the face with such force that his body flew backwards. Cohen caught up with him in 3 or 2 steps, straddled the Blackheart demon, and rained his fists as big as sandbags on the Blackheart demon's face. Behind him, the professor roared, "Hurry, the evil spirit is very powerful." There was a red light flashing in the Phoenix girl's eyes, and it seemed that something was about to burst out. Upon hearing this, Cohen grasped the Blackheart demon's face with his iron-like hands. There was a flash of fire in his eyes, and the Eye of Judgment was activated! At that moment, Blackheart felt as if the whole world had stopped. The countless evil things he had done and all the people he had killed appeared before his eyes one by one. Each one stretched out his arms, as if to drag him back to the endless hell. Do not, he screamed in fear. Only then did he realize that the young man in front of him also possessed the ability of Ghost Rider, Eye of Judgment! Just now, he absorbed 1,000 evil spirits, which means that there are 1,000 sinful souls in his body! Just when the shadow of death was about to grip his heart, the person in front of him suddenly stopped judging! Give it to me, evil spirit. Blackheart didn't know why he said that. But this sentence was like a bright light in the darkness, which made him react instantly. He controlled all the evil spirits in his body and attacked the young man in front of him! I do not want it. The evil spirits reappeared all over the sky. But now, they have changed their host. Seeing Cohen about to be devoured by the evil spirits, Johnny, Wolverine, and others couldn't help but take a step forward, but the professor reached out to stop them. Because although he couldn't feel Cohen's thoughts, he could clearly feel his emotions. That was joy. Cohen was delighted. Because the system keeps sending out prompt sounds. The system has detected a gift from the Black Heart demon. Do you want to extract it? Congratulations on receiving the gift from the black-hearted devil, evil spirit. The system has detected a gift from the Black Heart demon. Do you want to extract it? The system's ding-dong notification sound is like a beautiful concert. When the prompt sound stopped, Cohen had collected 1,000 evil spirits. The black-hearted demon beneath him watched all this in disbelief. How is it possible that someone could absorb 1,000 evil spirits and still not change at all? Cohen looked at the Black Heart demon beneath him. Just now, even though he had absorbed 1,000 evil spirits, the system only judged him as diamond level. Didn't reach the level of king. So, Cohen chose 1,000 evil spirits instead of a diamond level prey. Now the Blackheart has been downgraded to platinum level, the same level as the abomination. It seems that, as the son of Mephisto, he is indeed quite useless. No wonder the mosques have always looked down on him. Cohen's mind moved, and the fire of hell gushed out from his palm. Feeling the threat of death, the black-hearted demon immediately shouted, "Do you know who I am? I am the son of the Lord of Hell! If you dare to kill me, you will bring endless disasters upon yourself. My father, Mephisto, will not let you go." Cohen looked at him and smiled. The devil of hell can't control the affairs of the human world. If he dares to come to the human world to find me, I will definitely send him back with my own hands. The fire of hell slowly spread, burning the Blackheart demon to ashes amid his terrified wails! Everything is over, and the Avengers are ready to return. Cohen and Johnny have a private conversation. After careful consideration, Johnny decided to give up this power. What happened in the past 2 days has completely shattered his 3 views. Whether working for the devil and bringing disaster to the world, or working for God and upholding justice, it seems to make little sense. Besides, he has always been repulsed by the power he gained through a deal with the devil. It was as if he had obtained it by sacrificing his father. Every time he used this power, he would fall into guilt and regret. So, after Johnny transformed into Ghost Rider and unleashed the fire of hell towards Cohen without reservation, the system extracted the power from his body. Meanwhile, Cohen's spirit of vengeance has changed. Spirit of vengeance, eye of judgment, sin and killing, fire of hell, wings of fire, immortality, requiem. Among them, the eye of judgment and hellfire have all evolved and gained an additional skill, requiem. Resurrection can revive the recently dead. But there is a prerequisite. First, the body of the deceased needs to be intact and the defects cannot be too big. Second, the soul of this deceased person is going to hell! In other words, this skill can only be used to snatch people from hell! Well, this brings me one step closer to being irreconcilable with hell. The job of bombing hell is becoming more and more unscrupulous. Johnny left on a motorcycle with his girlfriend. Cohen came to the Blackbird fighter. He was the last one to get on the plane and everyone was waiting for him. He suddenly turned around. According to the plot of the movie, the Blackheart demon subdued 3 subordinates. Johnny killed an earth demon, and there were only 2 left, the wind demon and the water demon. But why didn't they show up? Beep! Wolverine suddenly appeared at the plane door. Cohen, there's trouble in New York. End of this chapter. Chapter 85 Devil Invasion. Chapter 85 Devil Invasion. The Blackbird was hurtling toward New York at Mach 3.5. On the way, Phoenix Girl introduced the situation in New York. 10 minutes ago, a large black cloud suddenly appeared over New York. Then, 3 red rays of light shot up into the sky. Then, the sky leaked. Surrounding the 3 rays of light, endless hellfire fell from the sky and countless demons rushed out like raindrops. New York seemed to have turned into hell. But soon, the sky seemed to come alive, suddenly enveloping the hell and fire. One of the lights went out instantly. But just as the second ray of light was about to fail and go out, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky, spanning New York. On the other side of the crack is the deep black and purple universe. A huge and terrifying eye appeared in the crack, looking at New York. Although the crack disappeared quickly, of the 3 red rays that had lit up before, 1 disappeared and 2 remained. And among the remaining 2, 1 is right next to the Avengers base. When Cohen heard the news, he couldn't hold back. "This is definitely directed at me!" Who is it? "I'm going to kill you." According to the communication between Phoenix Girl and the base, a large number of demons have now poured in. Although the mutants and guards who stayed behind jointly established a line of defense, they were unable to stop the huge army of demons. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Dr. Banner resolutely transformed into Hulk! With this powerful fighting force, the situation was temporarily stabilized. But even so, they couldn't hold out for long. The number of demon armies is simply too large! This was the first time Cohen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. In the Avengers base, there are David and his family who have been with him all the way, Vanessa, who he promised Wade to take good care of, his subordinates such as the 9 spiders and the deathly haunted lady, and several of his most important research bases. This time, no matter who it is, we have become enemies! The Blackbird cut through the night sky, seemingly reaching its peak, and the roar of its engine shook everyone's ears. But it's still too slow! Cohen suddenly walked to the front dashboard and reached out his hand. Cohen, Storm, and Phoenix, who were flying the plane, looked at him in confusion. He raised a smile and said, "Let me borrow your plane." As soon as he finished speaking, a large amount of red light suddenly surged out from between his palms. Everyone looked at him in surprise, not understanding what he was going to do. However, the flames did not hurt anyone, but instead penetrated into the entire plane. In an instant, everyone felt the entire plane shaking. No, not trembling! But it seemed to come alive and evolve. In the vast night sky, a flash of fire suddenly appeared in the sky, and then the speed of the fire suddenly doubled, flying as fast as a meteor! After the hellfire transformation, the Blackbird is larger and longer, and even the seats have been turned into the most ergonomic semi-covered seats. All the joysticks disappeared, and Cohen only needed to think about it, and it could complete all driving actions according to Cohen's will. As for the speed, it has increased significantly. Now, it is flying at high altitudes where the air is thin, with the speed reaching Mach 10. They are expected to arrive in New York City within a few minutes. In another dimension, Master Ancient One looked at Dormammu in front of him with a headache. She knew that the demons from hell were invading New York, but she really didn't have the energy left to deal with them. Mephisto's invasion was obviously well calculated and cost a lot of money. Not only did he and Dormammu come, but Sidorak also showed his presence. Although he did not take action, he made the mages of Camertage fully alert. Supporting New York is simply impossible. Guyi, you should have returned what you owe me long ago. Guyi looked at him coldly. I borrowed it with my own ability. Why should I pay it back? You have occupied an entire dark dimension, and you still lack this little bit of power. Bah! Why are you so stingy? Asshole! Dormammu roared, and the surging dark power almost turned into a tsunami, overwhelming and attacking Ancient One. After the energy tsunami, Ancient One's face was pale and her clothes were torn, but there was no expression on her face. She uttered a short spell, and instantly several black lines appeared on her face, and a force appeared out of nowhere. Clothes and injuries were all restored instantly, and the condition was even better than before. Ancient One, you are still stealing my power. Right in front of me! Court death. A larger wave of black energy gushed out. The people of New York once again fell into a great disaster. The remaining two red rays, one is located at the Avengers base and the other is located at the Midtown Financial Building in Manhattan. Near the two rays of light, a raging fire almost devoured everything. From the flames, the demons of hell walked out with hideous grins and couldn't wait to attack any living thing they saw! The residents tried frantically to escape further, but the streets were already blocked. Although some police set up defensive positions and fought desperately, they only had some small caliber pistols and rifles. Facing the demons from hell is as ridiculous as using a water gun. In just a few minutes, thousands of people died and became blood food in the mouths of the devil. Some people are calling the police, some are calling the army, and more people are calling for the Avengers. In the White House, Guanhai's heart stopped again. He couldn't count how many times he had experienced such bad news. In the large conference room, all the senior government officials gathered. Looking at the images on TV and satellite surveillance, he gritted his teeth and asked, "Where are the Avengers?" Someone immediately answered, "Yesterday afternoon, they went to Texas to deal with a demon incident, and now they are returning at full speed." He instantly flew into a rage. What a bullshit devil, what a bullshit Texas, the biggest devil is in New York, okay? Someone shook his head and said, "I suspect they were led away by someone, and the demon in Texas is just a pawn to distract the Avengers. The devil's real target is New York." Guanhai calmed down a little. How long will it take for them to return? 2 minutes. Someone hesitated and said, "Mr. President, an invasion of this scale." Guanhai glanced at the man and said, "You think the Avengers can't handle it?" "Yes." Looking at the fire slowly spreading across New York under satellite monitoring, Guanhai sighed tiredly. "What's the backup plan?" No one answered. Guanhai raised his eyebrows and glared. "I'm asking you, what's your backup plan? Don't you understand?" After a long while, someone stammered, "Mr. President, we don't have a backup plan for this situation." Guanhai suddenly took off his shoes and slammed the table. "I remember you even had a backup plan for alien invasion. Is there no such situation? Assholes, are you all parasites who eat nothing? Kill, I'm going to kill you all! Go to Alaska and plant potatoes. If you can't grow any, don't even think about coming back." The man cried, "We didn't know the devil really exists." "Then think of it right now, bastard." After Guanhai finished roaring, he stared at everyone with his bloodshot eyes. The entire conference room fell into silence. Everyone can see that this president, who has experienced several disasters, has become a little hysterical. "Everyone, look at me, and I'll look at you." Finally, the Pentagon official tentatively asked, "How about a nuclear bomb?" Instantly, everyone stared at him. Then, a leather shoe flew over and hit him in the face. Guanhai put his hands on his hips and said, "You want me to drop a nuclear bomb on New York? How do you want me to die?" The official covered his injured nose and said, "Mr. President, we have no other choice." Fake squid. Guanhai went to take off his other leather shoe, but fortunately someone stopped him. At this moment, Vice President Lao Deng suddenly sighed and said faintly, "Mr. President, maybe he is right." Guanhai was stunned and suddenly seemed to lose all his strength and fell into the chair. "Then there are more and more demons in hell." The guards were almost out of bullets. Even the mighty Hulk was drowned in the dense army of demons, with all kinds of demons hanging on his body. He felt like he was being swallowed by quicksand. He fought his way out of the demon pile countless times, and fell back in countless times. The demons besieging him had piled up into a small hill. Death, 9 spiders, Erica, Iceman, and Fireman all rushed to the front line. Even Anton and his son joined the battle with the weapons they invented. But in this battle, they all saw no hope of victory. The demon army has occupied more than half of the base, with only a few research institute buildings crumbling. Wu tilde horn sounded, and the demons seemed to hear some orders and suddenly became restless. They roared to the sky, excitement flashing in their eyes, looked at everyone, and charged. Da 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 da. The guns are out of ammunition. Looking at the demons approaching quickly, everyone was ready to die, and some people closed their eyes. Crack! An extremely dazzling light appeared in everyone's eyes. Thunder fell from the sky. At the same time, a figure slammed into the demon hill, sending the demons flying everywhere, and Hulk was instantly freed. Everyone saw this scene and shouted excitedly, "Cohen, the savior of millions!" Cohen released his thunder without any hesitation. Hundreds of lightning bolts almost covered the entire battlefield! From behind, Anton saw this scene and suddenly grabbed Ivan, who was laughing and firing his palm cannon at the devil. He spat out 2 words, "Armor." Ivan was stunned, then nodded vigorously, "Although it's still a little short, it can be used." The 2 of them immediately walked towards the underground laboratory. In just a few times, Cohen released all the thunder in his body, but it doesn't matter, he still has the hellfire! With a thought, a huge ball of fire erupted instantly. The burning skull officially appeared in everyone's sight. He opened his arms, and the hellfire on his body suddenly surged, and 2 huge flaming wings grew from behind him! Hellfire! Wings of fire! With just a slight wave. The huge wings were like 2 sharp fire knives, cutting the demon in half! Without even flapping his flaming wings, he had already soared into the air. The next moment, he dived down like a low-altitude bomber, sweeping his wings of fire! The update has been late these 2 days. I will definitely adjust it tomorrow! End of this chapter. Chapter 86 Devil and -039 S Angel Wings. Chapter 86 Devil's Angel Wings. The demons fell one after another. Either be burned by the fire of hell or be killed by the wings of fire. With just a few charges, the battlefield was cleared out. On a distant building, there were 2 figures watching the scene from a distance. One of them was wrapped in a black cloth, with only his eyes exposed. But the bow and arrow on his back and the unique mechanical right eye revealed his identity. Hawkeye Barton. At this moment, not only was he wrapped in black cloth, but black mist was also constantly emanating from under the cloth. No different from the demons in hell. As for the other old gentleman who was dressed in formal attire, elegant and amiable, he was Mephisto, the father of the Dark Heart. He frowned slightly at the sight of Cohen slaughtering the demon. He sensed a familiar smell from Cohen, but he was sure that his power had never been bestowed on him! He had a vague guess in his heart, which made him a little angry. The things of the Lord of Hell are not so easy to get. Seeing Cohen slaughtering his soldiers on a large scale, he turned around and sneered. "Go meet him, my Hawkeye." On the battlefield of the Avengers base, after all the demon soldiers were killed, changes appeared in the light column. A team of black fire-armored knights, 4 or 5 meters tall, suddenly rushed out and took up positions in front of the light column. Cohen, who was in midair, frowned slightly. According to the system's sensing, the previous soldier was silver level, while the 9 knights in front of him were all platinum level prey. In other words, each of them has hatred or even a power that transcends hatred. It would be difficult for Cohen alone to stop all 9 of them at the same time. Fortunately, at this time, the Hell Blackbird slowly landed and the Professor, Phoenix Girl and others finally arrived at the battlefield. Cohen landed between them and turned to look at the Professor. "Are you ready to kill?" The professor looked serious. I may not be able to help you too much. I can only help you block those soldiers. Those 9 knights, like the Blackheart demon, have no souls. Cohen was slightly stunned. It seemed that this battle was not as simple as he had imagined. On the opposite side, 9 knights began to charge, their indomitable momentum like that of thousands of troops. Cohen took a deep breath and said, "You hold your ground, I will kill them." As soon as he finished speaking, he flapped his flaming wings and soared into the sky, and the raging hellfire gathered between his hands. As he dived down, violent flames broke out instantly. Boom! The 9 knights were surrounded by flames. The ordinary demons affected nearby howled miserably, and some were burned to death with sounds of bones cracking. However, in the flames, 9 long swords cut through the hot air and attacked Cohen's head. Underground research room. Anton and Ivan are busy assembling the Thunder armor. Although some weapon modules and functions have not yet been fully developed, the current armor still has strong combat capabilities. This is a huge battle armor that is more than 3 meters tall. On its chest, 6 powerful arc reactors are arranged in a V shape. The weapon was only half installed. Both arms have powerful sonic attack devices that can overturn heavy trucks, and there are several powerful small missiles hidden in the shoulders. Behind the back, there is also a special weapon with a slightly bloated shape. The weapons originally to be installed included the powerful main weapon on the chest, the laser cannon, and the ultra-high-frequency neural inhibition field at the center of the eyebrows, but it's too late now. As for the adamantium alloy, in addition to being used in some key parts, 2 huge pieces of armor were cast, installed on the back and chest of the armor respectively. These 2 pieces of armor are in the shape of shields and are detachable. When taken off, they become 2 large vertical shields, serving 2 purposes. With the help of machinery, assembly is nearing completion. Ivan leaned over the computer, checked the driver program one last time, and pressed the enter key without hesitation. In an instant, a progress bar quickly transmitted at a speed of 10%, 20%. Boom. The armor seemed to vibrate all over, and its eyes suddenly lit up. On the ground, Cohen was in a tough fight. Cohen was not panicked when he was besieged by 9 knights, but what troubled him was that the hellfire did not do much harm to them. The situation was not optimistic and the scene was at a stalemate for a while. At this moment, a chill suddenly hit Cohen's heart. He turned his head to look in the direction he came from, but saw nothing, but the sense of danger was like a needle. PFFD. When he reacted, he saw a black arrow stuck in his chest! There was a strange power on this arrow. The power of hellfire was suppressed and he almost regained his human form. Fake. Feeling the pain in his chest, he gritted his teeth and pulled hard. The arrow was pulled out, hellfire surged, and the wound slowly healed. But that power remained in his body, interfering with his use of the hellfire! At the same time, a huge sword chopped down on his head. He dodged sideways, but another hell horse suddenly raised its hoof and stomped hard on his chest. Then, he flew backwards like a ball and crashed into the Avengers formation. Wolverine wanted to stop him, but he didn't have enough strength and turned into a meat pad under him. Cohen stood up, holding his chest. He could feel that the broken bones were slowly healing. Even if the power of hellfire is suppressed, his own recovery ability is terrifying. Wolverine coughed dryly a few times. "We can't even stop you, are we doomed?" Cohen rolled his eyes. "If you're scared, you can leave now." At this time, the man who attacked him appeared. On the other side of the Hudson River, he stood in midair, holding a bow and arrow, with a pair of white angel wings on his back. Cohen was stunned. Is this Cupid arranging a marriage for me? But as soon as he saw his appearance and those eyes, he recognized him. Hawkeye Barton! Seeing the black demonic energy emanating from his body, Cohen suddenly realized that this old guy had been controlled again. But when he saw the white wings behind him, Cohen suddenly realized that they were an angel's. A devil's body and an angel's wings. Are you going to heaven? At this moment, Hawkeye in midair suddenly drew his bow and aimed at Cohen again. It's still the feeling of facing a sharp needle. Can't hide exclamation. A sense of enlightenment surged in Cohen's heart. He could only face this arrow and could not dodge it. Exclamation. He glanced sideways at Wolverine next to him. The adamantium bones should be able to block it. But how to ensure that the arrow does not pass through the gap in the skeleton? The pelvic area is larger, so the chance of blocking it is also greater. Couldn't help but let his eyes drift to Wolverine's vital parts. Wolverine swallowed. Why are you looking at me like that? On the opposite side, Hawkeye released his bow and arrow, and a black arrow flashed and seemed to disappear into an unknown space dimension. Cohen frowned and pushed his mental strength to the extreme, ready to flash to the front, back, left and right of Wolverine at any time. Two violent gusts of wind were heard. Boom, boom. Suddenly, two large metal shields fell from the sky, one in front and one behind, surrounding Cohen in the middle. Boom! The black arrow hit the metal shield and a black mist burst out, but it did not damage the shield at all. Adamantium! Exclamation. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook and a series of heavy running sounds were heard. Boom. Crack. One of the large shields was picked up by a large mechanical hand and installed back on his back. The other was held in his hand and the chest of the armor opened, revealing the driver's seat. A beautiful female voice sounded, "Master, the thunder armor is in place." All the Avengers were stunned when they saw the 3-meter-tall, silver-white armor with smooth lines, well-proportioned body and artistic shape in front of them. Cohen looked back and saw Anton and his son waving at him not far away. "Here you go!" Exclamation. "From now on, I will give you an extra chicken drumstick with every meal!" Exclamation. Cohen took a step forward and came to the driver's seat. The chest of the armor immediately closed automatically, and the giant shield-like breastplate was also placed on the chest. Cohen's mind moved, and the remaining lightning in his body surged out from his palms. The specially designed armor immediately received the signal. The 6 arc reactors were operating at full power, and a powerful electric current surged through his body. The dark power in his chest was instantly shattered and turned into nothingness. The power of hellfire, resurrection with full blood. In an instant, a ball of blazing flames surrounded the entire mecha. Just like the Blackbird fighter, the entire mecha also completed its transformation into hell. His whole body turned red and black, and his eyes, which originally emitted white light, also turned red. The armored arm stretched back, and a buzzing chainsaw sword appeared in its hand. In front of him, the Hell Knight was charging towards him. Cohen's eyes turned cold. The battle has just begun. He moved his legs and began to run like a giant beast. Before colliding head-on with the Hell Knight, he kicked his legs hard and leaped into the air! Exclamation. With an extension of his left hand, silver-white thunder erupted again. The entire battlefield was once again covered by endless lightning. Sorry, even the horses of hell cried out in pain. Cohen's chainsaw sword showed no mercy as he chopped down the knight in front of him. Crack! The chainsaw sword was like a meat mincer, turning the knight's head into a pile of pieces, and then went down without any resistance until even the horse was cut in half. This is not a simple chainsaw sword, but a high-frequency chainsaw sword that Anton and his son have been researching day and night. With the blessing of hellfire, it is so terrifying! Exclamation. Next, Cohen, like an eagle catching chickens, with violent thunder in one hand and a flaming chainsaw sword in the other, started slaughtering the 9 knights. Hawkeye in midair saw this scene and fired arrows continuously, but they were either swallowed up by Cohen's thunder or blocked by his breastplate and back armor. When Hawkeye couldn't help but fly over, Cohen was holding the head of the last knight in his hand. On the battlefield, all the ordinary demons were destroyed, and only 2 war horses that were lucky enough to survive were roaring to the sky. Hawkeye looked at Cohen in front of him. His left eye showed no fluctuation, and he looked as gloomy as a dead person. Cohen narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Although I still want to persuade you to surrender, I'm sorry, today, whether you surrender or not, you will die. If you dare to attack my base, you will die." Ha ha! Hawkeye laughed and said, "You also have a set of armor. Did Stark give it to you?" Without waiting for Cohen to answer, he said in a hoarse voice, "What a coincidence, I also have a set of armor." As soon as he finished speaking, the black cloth on his body withered away bit by bit, and the bow and arrow changed into a sharp sword. A set of silver-gray armor suddenly appeared on his body. The black cloth on his face fell off, and he finally revealed his true face, with a hint of a smile on the corner of his mouth. "Look, which one is prettier than yours?" End of this chapter. Chapter 87: The Demon King's Clone, the King-level prey. Chapter 87: The Demon King's Clone, the King-level prey. Asgard, Rainbow Bridge. Thor, the god of thunder who had just been rescued from Jotunheim, was roaring at the god King Odin. "I want to let those frost giants know who I am and let them know that they should fear me." The god King Odin reprimanded. "This is arrogance rather than the wisdom of a leader!" "I told you that you have to be patient, but you seem to have forgotten everything. Now is not the time to start a war." Thor gritted his teeth and said, "Our enemies are ready to make a move. But you ask us to wait. Your old tricks are no longer effective. We should attack immediately and defeat any enemy who dares to provoke us." Odin was furious. "You are a reckless, conceited, warlike fool. You are just a cowardly old fool." Odin was furious. He waved his hand and thunder appeared in the sky. His eyes flashed with anger. "Thor Odinson, you are no longer worthy of being the heir to Asgard. In the name of myself, my father, and my ancestors, I take back your divine power." In an instant, Mjolnir flew out of Thor's hand and fell into the hands of the God King. The God King raised his hand, the Rainbow Bridge was activated, and a powerful force surged towards Thor. "From now on, you will be expelled from the fair land." Odin watched the raised hammer and whispered, "Whoever can lift you will have the power of Thor." After saying that, he threw Mjolnir into the Rainbow Bridge, which had not yet closed. Stark Industries building, balcony of the top-floor luxury suite. Although Manhattan below the building is experiencing pain, blood and howling. But Stark was leaning leisurely against the railing, drinking whiskey. Next to him, the elegant old man Mephisto looked out at the Avengers base, frowning. "Cohen, why do you have a suit of armor too, and it looks better than yours?" Stark was slightly stunned. "He has it too? And it's better than mine?" Mephisto waved his hand, and the situation on the battlefield of the Avengers base appeared in front of him. Looking at the two people standing in the air in the picture, he couldn't help but take a breath. One was wearing Hellfire armor, the other was wearing silver-gray armor with sharp lines. The scene seemed to be on the verge of breaking out. "Tusk, I can easily make this kind of armor." Stark was stubborn and said dissatisfiedly, "Why did you give Hawkeye so many things? He just gave a few handfuls of sand." Mephisto shook his head. "If you are willing to go and help Hawkeye now, I can give you my staff." Stark frowned and looked at the cane with the skull on it. "What's it good for?" "It hurts to hit someone." In Mephisto's picture, Cohen and the angel Hawkeye were already fighting. The two fought from the ground to the sky, from the sky to the river, and from the river to the Avengers base. Just when Mephisto and Stark thought they were evenly matched, the situation changed. For some unknown reason, Cohen suddenly changed. He just waved his left hand, and the lightning rushing out of the armor turned into a huge lightning net, heading towards the Angel Eagle Eye mask. The attack was very fast, but the strange thing was that Hawkeye seemed to have no reaction at all and crashed into it head-on. Stark discovered that the lightning seemed to be condensed, making it impossible for Hawkeye to break free. When did this guy gain such powerful control over lightning? Cohen's combo wasn't over yet. He flashed in front of Hawkeye and cut him down on the head with the chainsaw without hesitation. Squeak crack. Sparks fly. There was a teeth-grinding sound between the chainsword and his armor. Mephisto's face changed, and he disappeared in a flash, leaving behind a sentence, "You stay here, I will go to help him." The picture disappeared, and Stark could no longer see the two fighting. But he didn't care. Looking at the fire spreading and the smoke-filled Manhattan, he took a sip of the wine in his glass. As far as the eye can see, the devil has infiltrated most of New York. On the Manhattan Bridge not far away, a gold and red mark armor is protecting the people and resisting the devil. It's just an automatic combat program. No one knows that the real him is here to enjoy the scenery. He looked at the red pillar of light that reached the sky not far away and said calmly, "Mephisto, can you really successfully invade this world we do? I feel like you are doomed to fail." There were sparks in front of Cohen's eyes, and he could feel that Hawkeye's armor was about to collapse. Just now, after the draw with Hawkeye, he immediately communicated with the system. Open all gift packs. Thanks to the 9 demon knights and hundreds of ordinary demons he killed, he obtained a total of more than a dozen silver gift packs and 2 precious platinum gift packs. After opening it, he found a lot of things. A new ability, Dragonfly Eye Technique, Fighter Pilot Master, more than 200 attribute points, an ability upgrade card, and a brand new ability fusion card. He immediately used the upgrade card to upgrade his Thunder Control ability to Lord of Thunder. After using the other ability fusion card, he integrated almost all of his eye abilities, and gained a new ability Spiritual Eyes. With these 2 abilities, he has an overwhelming advantage over Hawkeye. His spiritual pupils allowed him to observe all of Hawkeye's movements, and he could even predict them with great accuracy. Then, his control over thunder and lightning reached a higher level, and in a flash, a lightning net appeared and caught Hawkeye in one go. Crack! With the continuous efforts of the chainsaw sword, the armor on Hawkeye's body was finally broken. The divine power that enveloped him also dissipated at the same time. Now, he was exposed to Cohen without reservation, including his soul exclamation. The armor on Cohen's chest opened, revealing his eyes. Staring directly into Hawkeye's left eye, "Look into my eyes. Your soul will be eroded by the victims. Feel their pain. Stop." A voice rang out, but it was too late. Eyes of judgment, sin killing. This time, Hawkeye's eyes were not simply burnt and his soul dissipated. Instead, arrows made of hellfire appeared out of nowhere and shot at him one after another. 167 arrows, corresponding to the 167 innocent people he killed. At the moment of death, he finally regained consciousness. Looking at the war-torn New York, he collapsed and said, I'm sorry." Cohen shook his head. "I can't forgive you for what you did on behalf of the deceased, but I can help you kill the person behind it." Hawkeye smiled dejectedly. "Oh, he is not that simple." After saying this, his soul completely dissipated. Cohen casually left him behind and looked to the side, where an old man in a suit stood out of nowhere, even leaning on a cane. "Mephisto." "Oh, you guessed it was me?" The 2 wings behind Hawkeye were obtained from the Angel of Saint Venganza, right? "It sounds like my disappointing son has failed." "Yes, I killed him." Mephisto smiled slightly. "Well done. You are so cruel." "Actually, in hell, I'm still kind." Cohen nodded. "Are you ready to reunite with your son?" Mephisto paused for a moment. "Aha, do you know who you are talking to? If you were real, New York would have been destroyed long ago. But I don't even take a human body of a Hell Lord seriously." Mephisto's eyes turned cold. "Do you know that even a human body is enough to kill you 10 times? Don't you see there are 2 more gates to hell open? So what if it's open? Do you dare to descend in your true form? Aren't you afraid of being stuck in the human world?" "Humph. Even if it's just a clone, my power is beyond your imagination." As he finished speaking, he paused his cane and a surge of extremely powerful dark power surged out from him. Cohen felt that he was not facing an old man, but a Tyrannosaurus Rex that existed only in ancient times. It seemed as if he could be swallowed in one bite! This seems to be the case. According to the system prompt, the old Mephisto clone in front of him is a king-level prey. In fact, with Cohen's current strength, it is a bit difficult to kill diamond-level prey. Being able to kill Magneto was purely a matter of taking advantage of the situation and showing no moral principles. As for Hawkeye just now, it took a lot of effort to successfully kill him. King level, he had never even seen it before! However, he was not afraid at all. Instead, he mocked Mephisto. Haha, old Mephisto, do you know where the stupidest thing you can do is? Mephisto's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Oh, then tell me, where am I stupid? Cohen smiled and pointed his finger. I've been talking to you so much nonsense because I'm waiting for that. Excuse me, what are you waiting for? Mephisto turned his head in astonishment. He sensed a huge divine power surging towards him. How can this be? This is the human world. Where does the divine power come from? And so violent. A few seconds ago, Mjolnir traveled through the time and space flow of the Rainbow Bridge, and soon it arrived at its destination, Midgard. It appeared outside the atrium's atmosphere and fell toward the ground. But soon, it detected a strange attraction, and its landing route changed a little. New York. Mephisto, didn't you hear clearly that I was also known as the god of thunder? Boom! Before Mephisto could see clearly what was coming, he was hit in the face by an extremely hard object. A powerful electric current surged through his body, paralyzing him! Cohen jumped out of the thunder armor and stretched out his arms. Then, a hammer fell into his hands, and a feeling of joy passed through his mind. Cohen just wanted to roar to the sky, "Bastard hammer god is also a god, don't look down on me!" A powerful force surged into his body. Cohen was slightly stunned, and soon realized that this was the power of Thor. Odin said that whoever can lift Mjolnir will have the power of Thor! As a huge amount of divine power surged into Cohen's body, a red cloak and golden armor appeared out of thin air. What the hell is this? In the distance, Mephisto, who was almost knocked unconscious by a hammer, asked in a roar. Cohen's mind moved, and Mjolnir instantly took him towards Mephisto and arrived in front of him almost in an instant. Countless tiny arcs of electricity flashed on the surface of Mjolnir, striking down fiercely. The force of thunder. The black evil energy around Mephisto was easily dispersed, and the hammerhead fell on his furious face again. Immediately, Mephisto was knocked into the Hudson River. Cohen did not miss the opportunity and chased after him. Mjolnir raised his hand high and said, "Old Mo, catch me a fish." End of this chapter. Chapter 88. The devil has not left yet. The nuclear bomb is coming again. Chapter 88. The devil has not left yet. The nuclear bomb is coming again. This hammer hit Mephisto's head hard again. He fell quickly, like an osprey catching fish, and plunged into the river. Cohen landed lightly on the ground and turned his gaze to the red beam of light not far away. At this moment, there are still a steady stream of demon soldiers pouring out, but their number has been greatly reduced compared to before. The Avengers are totally capable of handling it. But as long as this beam remains, the demonic invasion will not end. Cohen raised Mjolnir, and a bolt of lightning shot up into the sky. In an instant, a large black cloud appeared out of nowhere in the sky. It is said that the power of the Mother of Cosmic Storms is sealed within Mjolnir, and it can summon massive storms anywhere. In just a moment, the entire Avengers base and the surrounding large area were all covered. As soon as Mephisto rushed out of the river, he saw this shocking scene. He rushed over without hesitation, and when he was about to get close to Cohen, boom! The thunder armor descends from the sky, and the intelligent combat system automatically protects its owner. The armor's arms were raised, and the powerful sonic attackers on both arms were immediately activated at full power. Boom! In an instant, the strong sound wave was like a ferocious beast that devoured everything. In front of the armor, a deep gully instantly appeared on the ground affected by the sound wave. It extends all the way to the Hudson River, and when it reaches the water surface, the river water it affects is instantly broken into pieces, forming a cloud of water mist. Mephisto cursed inwardly. This attack was certainly not enough to hurt him, but it delayed his attack and forced him to change the route of his attack. At this moment, the sky was covered with dark clouds and lightning flashed among them. Cohen turned his head to look at Mephisto, who was rushing towards him again and looked a little exasperated, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He opened his mouth and said silently, "Welcome to New York." Mjolnir fell instantly, and in an instant, thunder covered the entire area. Lightning bolts fell from the sky, and from a distance, this place seemed to have turned into a forest. The flashing lightning is the tree trunk, and the huge dark clouds are the tree trunk. Cohen felt more comfortable than ever before, as if he was born to stay in this place. He even took the initiative to approach the thunder that struck his palm, and felt an indescribable pleasure revived in his body. On the other side, Mephisto could only keep dodging the densely pummeling thunder. "Lao Mo, here I come!" Cohen shouted. "The hammer comes before the man!" Exclamation boom. Mephisto was furious, but he didn't care about being beaten. What made him angry was that he could clearly sense that the gate of hell not far away was shaking under the intensive attack of thunder and lightning. The reason why he can exert such powerful strength in the human world is because there are two gates of hell that provide him with a constant supply of power. If any of the two gates of hell is damaged or closed, his strength will be greatly reduced. After all, this is not his hell territory! Exclamation. At this point in the battle, he has already sensed that the power of Asgard is flowing in the opponent's body. Moreover, this power is not simple, and it is obviously one of the most powerful forces in Asgard. He never expected that his plan would be destroyed by a sudden force. It was so unbelievable. At this moment, the red light column flickered and then suddenly went out. Mephisto felt a chill in his heart, and he instantly sensed that his strength had dropped significantly. Done. Cohen also felt this change keenly. Without saying a word, he rushed over fiercely. One hammer, two hammers. At a certain moment, when Mephisto retreated, his figure flashed and came behind him, clamping him tightly, with Mjolnir holding his jaw tightly. Then, with a thought, he took him flying straight into the sky full of dark clouds. Thunder comes from all directions. The wind whistled and the thunder roared. The place where the two were almost turned into a dazzling ball of light. Mephisto's skin cracked, dried and fell off, and his true form was finally revealed as a red-skinned, two-horned demon. He howled angrily, "Mortal, how dare you treat a god like this? You will suffer my endless curse!" Exclamation. "You will be burned by fire and eaten by crows. I will curse you with your real name every day." Cohen whispered in his ear, "Ha ha, Tony Stark, that's my name, you can try it." Asshole. Slowly, under the bombardment of thunder, Mephisto's human body slowly turned into ashes. An angry roar was heard from the endless lava hell. "Assholes, we're not done yet." The moment Mephisto was destroyed, Cohen received a prompt that the king-level gift package had arrived. Open the gift bag. Congratulations on receiving the reward, Absolute Zero Domain. The mission has been updated and can be viewed. Cohen took a quick look and realized that this was a large portable space. The reason why it is called Absolute Zero Zone is that there is no concept of time and everything in it is still. In other words, anything Cohen puts in there will not deteriorate, and as for putting living things in there, they will probably be frozen instantly. As to whether the creature would be dead or alive after being taken out again, Cohen was not sure. However, he guessed that he should be alive, because time just stood still. Referring to the many similar action movies he had seen, no one should die. As soon as he landed on the ground, he received bad news. A few minutes ago, the White House launched a nuclear bomb at New York. Multiple warheads, high yield. All the Avengers looked anxious. They could never have imagined that President O'Connor would be so cruel. Everyone is fighting hard against the devil here, but they actually launched a nuclear bomb silently. "It's so shameless!" Storm said anxiously. "That's a Trident submarine-launched ballistic missile. There are a total of 10 submissile warheads, and the equivalent of each is 500,000 tons. If it explodes, New York will be finished." Wolverine gasped. "Does that mean you're all doomed?" Cyclops glared at him fiercely. "I hope you are vaporized directly without leaving a hair." "Stop fighting!" Frank, deputy captain of the Avengers team, shouted. He was covered in smoke and dust, and looked at Cohen tiredly. "Do you have any solution?" "Have Everyone's eyes immediately brightened. Cohen took a deep breath and turned to look at the only remaining beam of light. There is only one way. He stretched out his hand and the thunder armor flew to his side. Enter. Wolverine suddenly realized that he must want to rush into the hell portal with a nuclear bomb exclamation. He shuddered, took a big step forward, and shouted, "Cohen, you want to but you will die." A dull voice came from the armor. So-called heroes are not always heroes. They just made great decisions in certain moments. I think now is the time for me to make a decision. The others also understood what he meant and their eyes instantly became wet. Frank straightened his back and saluted him solemnly. The armor spewed out huge flames and slowly rose into the air. Cohen's voice rang out, "Goodbye, everyone." As soon as he finished speaking, he soared into the sky, leaving only a shadow for the others. "He is a true hero," someone said. White House. Guanhai was stunned. Looking at the images on the satellite surveillance, he was completely stunned. He decisively took off his other leather shoe and threw it directly at the Pentagon official. Before, people in the military advised him to approve the use of nuclear bombs, but he was very hesitant. It was not until Vice President George W. Bush spoke that he nodded and ordered a strategic nuclear submarine lurking in the Atlantic to enter combat readiness. But deep down in his heart, he was still wavering, so the nuclear bomb was not launched. It was not until dark clouds suddenly appeared and covered a large area of the New York sky that he made up his mind. They didn't know what was going on, and everyone was terrified, thinking it was another attack by the devil. The generals in the Pentagon kept urging him to launch the nuclear bomb. He closed his eyes, made up his mind, and shot. However, what they never expected was that not long after the missile was launched, the monitoring satellite images were updated, and they were surprised to find that the overwhelming dark clouds had disappeared. Also disappearing was the red beam of light beside the Hudson River! This means that another gate to hell has been closed! There is hope for the Avengers battle. He hurriedly wanted to withdraw the launched Trident missile, but the news he received was that the missile had approached the atmosphere above New York, causing electromagnetic disturbances and interference with the missile's radio signal. He was desperate. There was nothing he could do except send a message to the Avengers via wired communications that the nuclear bomb was about to arrive. The Thunder armor unleashed a powerful boost, allowing Cohen to quickly approach high altitudes. He soon came upon the huge missile which was swooping down. With a sweep of his spiritual eyes, the entire structure of the missile appeared clearly before his eyes. In the warhead system at the warhead site, 10 warheads are entering the separation procedure. Cohen found the right position, stretched out his hand and grabbed it. The iron sheet broke, and a few tiny flashes of electricity flashed. Cohen burned all the control components in the warhead system. Looking again with a spiritual pupil, the entire combat unit was in a state of stagnation. In other words, the missile became a dud. Cohen breathed a sigh of relief. Come on, no one really thinks that I would rush into the gates of hell with this missile and save New York, right? Do you guys think I'm that idiot? Stark after hearing the news, Cohen's first thought was to load the missile directly into the newly acquired Absolute Zero domain. But then, another idea came into his mind. How about we perform the job of saving New York again for the people of New York? Last time it was 1 million saviors. Shouldn't this be upgraded to 10 million saviors as soon as this mayoral term expires? I will run for election without delay. Wouldn't it be easy for me to get the position of New York mayor, even the governor and the president? The only catch was that he had to forge a perfect birth certificate for himself. Carrying the dud, Cohen dived down quickly. At this time, many panicked New Yorkers noticed this scene. Looking at the rapidly approaching missiles, they felt despair in their hearts, and some even cursed at the White House and Obama. These bastard politicians, they don't deserve to be the president of New Yorkers. Curse them, these bastards. I will kill these bastards even if I go to hell. However, In front of everyone's eyes, the missile suddenly deviated from its course and crashed into the huge red light in Manhattan. End of this chapter. Chapter 89. To save New York. New Yorkers say you are my uncle. Chapter 89. Save New York for the second time. New Yorkers say you are my second uncle. Cohen had no intention of passing through the gates of hell. What if I can't come back! Exclamation in the instant before hitting the light. He fired flash with all his strength, and an extremely dazzling light engulfed him and the entire missile. Therefore, no one could notice that the missile did not sink into the red light column. Instead, it suddenly disappeared very close to the red light column. It was Cohen who opened the absolute zero zone in advance and installed the missile inside. The moment it entered the absolute zero zone, the high-speed flying missile came to a standstill. Cohen drove the armor into the Midtown Financial Building. He rushed all the way to the bottom floor of the building and wanted to turn off the red beam of light, but the beam of light flickered a few times and went out by itself. It seems that Mephisto of Hell saw that his plan to invade the human world had failed, and took the initiative to close the gates of hell. But in the eyes of the Avengers, Cohen sacrificed his own family for the sake of everyone, risking his own life to save the entire New York, including the lives of every one of them! Exclamation. What is a hero? This is a hero. As the heroes shed tears and mourned Cohen, the sky over the financial buildings in Midtown Manhattan was suddenly covered with dark clouds again. Seeing this familiar scene, their eyes suddenly widened. This although the hell portal in the financial building has been closed, the demons around it are still wreaking havoc. If you want to be a hero, do it to the end. Cohen used Mjolnir again to summon a thunderstorm. A huge, lightning-filled cloud brought down endless lightning punishment, burning all the demons into charcoal. The people of New York have finally officially emerged from this disaster. Looking at Cohen standing in the air, many people couldn't help cheering. By this point, he had become a legend. A few days after the disaster, major media outlets around the world rushed to report on the disaster in New York. Tens of thousands of people died, millions of people were affected, and tens of millions of people were affected. It is hard to trace the cause of a disaster of this magnitude. Well, it was the last Stark factory missile incident, but last time, almost no one died. The next time was the night of the earthquake in Manhattan. But the casualties this time are unprecedented. It cannot be found anywhere in the world. What's more, this time it's an invasion by demons from hell, a large-scale invasion! Exclamation. Public opinion around the world was in chaos, and people around the world were in panic. Some people are discussing why such catastrophic events are happening one after another. Some people are discussing why these disasters happened one after another in New York. Some people are discussing why the New York saviors were able to save New York again. Some people are still asking, where is God? Where are the angels? Vatican, answer me! Exclamation. Some people are discussing that if this happened in other regions and there were no Avengers and saviors, what would the people there do? Simeon immediately called for the United States not to lock up the Avengers and saviors in New York. They belong not only to the United States but to the world. Of course, there are also people who believe that the United States will eventually destroy itself because of its many evil deeds, and that the disasters that occurred are all retribution from God. The Avengers are better off staying in the United States and not running around, lest they bring bad consequences to other places. The international discussion was heated, and the media in New York were speaking passionately. Now, apart from the topics of Avengers and saviors that can make them respond in a friendly manner, anyone else, even a stray dog on the roadside, will be pulled out and scolded by them. Of course, the places where firepower is most concentrated are the White House, the Pentagon, and the Oval Office. I can't believe that the White House actually dared to launch a nuclear bomb at New York. You bastards! Exclamation. Do you know how many people there are in New York? Who are you to decide our life and death? You bastards didn't send troops here, but you actually launched nuclear bombs. Shot. Among the almost crazy New York media, of course, there is the veteran of the Daily Bugle, Jameson. But his perspective was different. He aimed his gun at S.H.I.E.L.D. He was holding up a photo, which showed Hawkeye Barton's true appearance after his transformation. I don't know who took the photo of him. Jameson slammed the table and said, "Everyone, please allow me to introduce a great villain to you. He is Hawkeye Barton, who fought the Savior for 300 rounds. Do you know who he is? Definitely don't know! Let me tell you, his name is Clinton Patton. Is a secret agent belonging to a mysterious department, Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency, abbreviated as S.H.I.E.L.D. This is an organization that is supposed to protect us from invasion, and they spend a lot of taxpayer money every year to protect us." Jameson slammed the table excitedly. "But now, the senior agents of this organization are colluding with the Lord of Hell to invade New York together! This is unbelievable! We have to ask, what exactly is S.H.I.E.L.D. going to do? Are they protecting the world or destroying it?" As he spoke, he took out a photo of a black man and said, "Everyone, please allow me to introduce you to this black guy, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury! As you can see, he is a black man. Dear viewers, please believe me, I am not a racist, but I am very curious why a black person can become the director of a huge secret agency. Are we white people running out of people?" Or Jameson had a mysterious expression on his face. "Everyone, please don't forget that the president who ordered the nuclear bombing of New York a few days ago was also." We still don't know what the connection is and what conspiracy it is. After Jameson finished speaking, he slammed the table and shouted, "But there is one thing we can do. That is to ask the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. to immediately accept the questioning of the New York City government!" He had to explain why his top agents were colluding with that devil from hell. Did he know about this beforehand? If he did, why didn't he stop it? Has he been colluding with the devil to target our kind and innocent New Yorkers? If he doesn't know, then I would highly doubt whether he has the ability to manage his subordinates. Is his position in S.H.I.E.L.D. illegitimate? Is there any conspiracy between him and the person in the White House? Finally, Jameson stood up and roared at the top of his lungs, "Dear audience, the people of New York will not be deceived. We are part of this country. We have made great contributions and great sacrifices for the prosperity and development of this country. We cannot be bombed at will! We cannot be slaughtered like wild dogs. He should understand our will. The White House should understand our will! The Pentagon should understand our will. The whole world should understand our will! Let's shout it out for everyone to hear." After reading Jameson's report, Cohen couldn't help but touch his neck. This old guy, is he really ready to die? It's fine if you just curse out Guanhai, but Nick Fury is not a good guy either, and he will definitely target you. Besides, why are you charging towards my goal when I haven't even given you any money yet? Bring your own dry food? Loved it. Jameson's report instantly shocked the entire New York, even the entire United States, even the whole world. Immediately, throughout New York, factories went on strike, merchants closed their shops, students boycotted classes, and everyone took to the streets in a million-person march. Some people shouted slogans, "Let Okukankai commit seppuku," to apologize for his crime. Since the United States does not need New York, New York does not need the United States! Long live the great New York Empire! Down with Nick Fury! Down with the secret agent! S.H.I.E.L.D. is the enemy of all mankind. Nick Fury is the enemy of all mankind. A nuclear bomb dropped on New York today could drop on Los Angeles tomorrow, and on Chicago the day after tomorrow! Overthrow the corrupt and decadent White House regime. Freedom belongs to the people. After all, no one could imagine that a president of a country would dare to order the destruction of the country's largest city. If this is the case in New York, will other cities be soft-hearted the next time they encounter such a disaster? Also, they all need an explanation as to whether the black director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was promoted by Pi, and whether there is any connection between him and the collusion with the demons of hell. So, what started as a million-person march in New York soon became a march of tens of millions, and then hundreds of millions, across the United States. At this moment, The black people, who have always been at the forefront of persecution and have rich experience in being beaten, were the first to stand up. Many TV stations had black supporters who rapped wildly in front of the camera. This bastard Guanhai is such a jerk. He is not worthy of being our president, neither a black nor a white president. He is just a bastard from Africa. I declare that this bastard is no longer a black person. No matter who he is not a black person. Let this bastard become a race unto himself. No, make him the same species as those bastards in the White House. They are a bunch of... And that old black guy Nick Fury, we bet he is no longer human! That bastard. He must have been colluding with the devil a long time ago! Let's just pull off his skin and see whether he is a human or a ghost! Long live New York. All good black people stand with the people of New York. The Black People's Declaration was just the beginning. In just a few days, more than half of the White House officials resigned. The Pentagon came to a complete standstill, with overseas bases paralyzed and drifting in the sea without orders. The Imperial Navy was in disarray in the vast waves where the sky and water were one color. In the House of Representatives and the Senate, most members simply fled. Under such circumstances, Guanhai made a televised speech, intending to resign, but before he could finish his words, the TV signal was cut off. Because the people of the country no longer accept his mere resignation, angry New Yorkers rushed directly to Washington, D.C., surrounded the White House, and shouted that they wanted him to be hanged. At this time, another big black man, Nick Fury, finally appeared in public in front of everyone. End of this chapter. Chapter 90 Monster, I can tell at a glance that you are not human. Chapter 90 Monster, I can tell at a glance that you are not human. Southern District Court of New York. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the surging crowd had already surrounded the place, making it impossible to get through. Not only the New York Police Department, but also the National Guard were on the scene to maintain order. The crowd was so dense that there was no end in sight, at least 100,000 people. Today is the day when Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D., goes on trial. Yesterday, Nick Fury showed up in public and stated that he had no connection with the devil in the slightest. And I don't know why Hawkeye Barton became a minion of the devil. S.H.I.E.L.D. is innocent and so is he. In order to give an explanation to the people of the world, he voluntarily stood trial in the Southern District Court of New York the next day. This speech quickly caused a response, and a large number of reporters and people rushed to the court door as soon as possible. Reporters reported at the top of their lungs in front of the cameras, while the public shouted slogans demanding that the court sentence the rapist to death. At the Avengers base, Cohen is watching the report on TV. Jingle bell, his phone rang again, probably from U.S. President Obama. He made hundreds of calls in the past few days. The president believes that the only person in the world who can save him is probably Cohen. However, saving Guanhai now would mean going against the people, and Cohen does not want to be dragged into it easily. Under heavy pressure, the desperate Guanhai broke through his bottom line. He promised Cohen many conditions, including that Cohen and the Avengers would have priority law enforcement rights and temporary trial rights throughout the United States. The government will subsidize the Avengers by secretly transferring funds, providing strong support, opening up various high-tech technologies in the United States, and directly donating bases. In addition, O'Kane promised that if Cohen could save him, he would take advantage of the situation to abolish S.H.I.E.L.D. and hand over the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in Washington, the Triskelion building, and many of S.H.I.E.L.D. legacies to Cohen. Cohen was very moved by this great gift. But he also knew that Guanhai's promise was just a castle in the air. Now, his orders can't even get out of the White House. If we want Guanhai to fulfill his promise, we must change the public's impression of him. And, putting the blame for launching a nuclear bomb on New York on someone else. After some discussion, Obama reluctantly chose two scapegoats. One was Vice President Joe Biden and the other was Defense Secretary Leon Panetta. But this is not enough. If you want people to believe it, you need to add some more explosive plot content and twists. They quickly wrote the script. The white vice president, Dennis, is a secret member of the KKK and has always coveted the presidency. The president has been depressed and under great stress due to the many recent disasters. So Ding colluded with the medical team around the president and gave the president an excessive amount of anti-stress drugs. This causes him to be in an abnormal mental state of being irritable, angry, and impulsive. During the demon invasion in New York, the vice president and the secretary of defense made false accusations, misled the public, and instigated the use of nuclear bombs. They are the real sinners. After Cohen and Ogwanhai made their plan, they made a secret trip to Washington. Ogwanhai called these two well-hidden subordinates, expressed his concern about their situation in a friendly manner, and successfully obtained their addresses. Last night, Cohen found them and dripped the brain secretion of illusion master Jason into the back of their necks to control them. Cohen's plan was clear. If Nick Fury dares to go on trial this morning, he will never leave the courthouse. No reason, because this is New York, and it is very likely that he would be shot dead. When Nick Fury walks into the court, O'Neill will hold the medical report of the physical examination and the evidence of the crimes of Vice President Dennis and Secretary of Defense Panetta, and plead guilty to all the people. The second step was that when he saw that the truth had been revealed, Defense Secretary Panetta left a suicide note and shot himself. Vice President George W. Bush made a televised speech admitting the crime and expressing his willingness to plead guilty and be punished. But the angry people found where he was, rushed in and tore him apart. The third step was for Ogwanhai to mobilize all his remaining forces and encourage senior government officials, judges, and parliamentarians to express their support for him. In the fourth step, the White House announced that Hawkeye Barton was the #1 culprit for the demonic invasion of New York. And the secret intelligence agency S.H.I.E.L.D. bears an unshirkable responsibility for this. Immediately order the Washington Police and National Guard to surround the Triskelion building, the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., and demand that all S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel surrender. Step 5. The Avengers and Cohen stood up and declared their support for Ogwanhai. In the sixth step, Ogwanhai made a televised speech and sincerely confessed his guilt. The plan was not perfect, but it was the best Cohen could do in an emergency. First, look at the first 4 steps. If the situation is not right, there will be no 5th step. Just then, the picture on TV changed. A convoy passed through the crowd and walked towards the court entrance with difficulty. Some people guessed that this was probably Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Suddenly, a burst of curses broke out from the crowd, and then stones, bricks, sticks, rotten eggs, and rotten vegetable leaves rained down on the cars. There were even a few bang-bang sounds amid the noise. Several silver-white dents suddenly appeared on the black car body. Fortunately, the car body was bulletproof, and there were police and National Guards around to maintain order. The motorcade rushed directly into the court's underground parking lot without wasting a moment. In front of the TV, Cohen frowned slightly. He immediately felt that something was wrong with Nick Fury's courage to show up and voluntarily stand trial. This old fox, who is tough, cold-blooded, and ruthless, would he be unable to resist standing up and accepting trial just because of some curses from the people, or did he predict that S.H.I.E.L.D. would face a life-and-death crisis? So he voluntarily stepped forward to try to save S.H.I.E.L.D. at the cost of himself. Is he so great? Or Cohen's mouth suddenly raised a smile. Or maybe Nick Fury made the choice he most expected. He glanced at the time. It was exactly 8 o'clock and the trial had already begun. He walked to the window. He had to go and see the excitement with his own eyes! He stretched out his hand and waved it. An Mjolnir automatically flew into his hand, and the silver armor with a red cloak appeared out of thin air. A figure flashed and cut through the sky. The trial began and the entire courtroom was silent. The judge glanced at the crowd of cameras below the stage and at Nick Fury, who was wearing a black windbreaker and standing straight with his back straight, cleared his throat, and was about to speak. But no one expected that Nick Fury spoke first. "Mr. Judge, I am not here to be judged." He turned around and faced the numerous cameras. "Today, the court can sentence me at will, but what I want to say is that I will never plead guilty." The judge was stunned. Nick Fury took a deep breath, his expression serious, his voice emotional. "Dear people, I know that S.H.I.E.L.D. is a secret organization, but that doesn't mean we are evil. How can you ignore the contribution we make to this world in the late night when you are sleeping, in the late night when you are happy, in the late night when you know nothing? The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. are fighting against the evil in this world!" Some of them were injured in these battles, and some of them died in these battles. "We have lost far more than you can imagine!" All S.H.I.E.L.D. members have always taken maintaining world stability and protecting people's lives as their highest purpose. A trace of grief flashed in his single eye. "All of you think Hawkeye Barton is a demon, but have you ever thought that he is controlled by someone!" Go ask that bastard Savior Cohen Wang, if he has ever fought with Patton. Did they save New York together? "Ladies and gentlemen, I have a lot of evidence to prove." At the court entrance, Cohen caused screams and cheers as he flew over the crowd. He landed on the steps in front of the courthouse and waved to everyone. When he was about to turn around and enter the courtroom, a reporter suddenly shouted at him, "Savior, Mr. Savior, why are you here?" Cohen paused slightly, thought for a moment, walked down the stairs and came in front of the many cameras. He said in a deep voice, "Everyone, I will not lie to you. I have fought side by side with Hawkeye Barton." At that time, he was still a hero, and although he was an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., he did contribute to the people of New York. This point cannot be erased. "But I really don't understand why he became like this!" A good guy turned into a bad guy, a hero turned into a devil. What exactly happened? Shouldn't S.H.I.E.L.D. give me an answer? I would like to ask Mr. Nick Fury, why did my former comrade in arms wield a knife at me, and why was I forced to kill him? And what did Hawkeye Barton's last words to me before he died, 'Be careful, Nick Fury,' mean?" Boom! The crowd exploded again. What? Hawkeye Barton said to be careful of Nick Fury. The truth is out. The truth is out. Nick Fury must have betrayed humanity. No need for trial. Just kill him. Strangle Nick Fury. Cohen shook his head. "Everyone, I came here today to figure all this out." After saying that, he turned and walked towards the court. The trial has begun and two bailiffs are standing in front of the courtroom door. Logically speaking, even though this was a trial broadcast live nationwide, because there were too many people, no one was allowed in or out at this time. But he just smiled at the two bailiffs and said, "Can I come in?" "Of course, Mr. Savior." In the courtroom, Nick Fury's speech was quite infectious. He waved his fist and roared loudly, "Dear citizens, please open your eyes. We, S.H.I.E.L.D. crack an unusually loud sound. The court door was opened. When a steady and powerful sound of footsteps was heard, and a handsome face appeared in front of the camera and everyone. The whole courtroom suddenly became lively, with many people whispering, "Wow, it's a savior. So handsome. The savior is the most handsome man in the world. That must be the legendary Thor's hammer. It really is worthy of being the savior recognized by the gods." As for Nick Fury, he paused his speech and looked at Cohen with his hawk-like eyes. At this time, Cohen had walked to the opposite side of him and suddenly smiled. "Monster, I can tell at a glance that you are not human." End of this chapter. Chapter 91, The Fall of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Rise of the Avengers. Chapter 91, The Fall of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Rise of the Avengers. The first time Cohen saw Nick Fury, he knew he had won. And it will win completely. Because Nick Fury, that little idiot, actually found a Skrull to replace himself. Spirit Eyes discovered in an instant that there were many things wrong with him. Moreover, according to the system's judgment, the Nick Fury in front of him is only a gold-level prey, far from the diamond level. After he shouted, "I can tell at first glance that you are not a human being," there was an obvious flash of panic in his eyes. But at the same time, the reporters and audience around were also confused. Someone nearby asked, "Mr. Cohen, you said he is not a human being? What does it mean?" Someone reacted and took a breath of cold air. Hiss, could it be really a devil? As soon as these words were spoken, the people around him instantly stepped back, leaving a large open space. Cohen said nothing and raised his hand. Nick Fury on the other side couldn't help it any longer. "What do you want to do? Asshole, this is a court! You are abusing lynching and defying the court. Someone come and arrest you!" Thorn. A flash of lightning flashed, and Nick Fury was instantly covered in smoke. Suffering severe injuries, he could no longer maintain his transformation and instantly revealed his true form as a Skrull. In an instant, everyone in the courtroom began screaming, "It's indeed a devil, a green devil! Kill him quickly! Lizard men are invading, everyone run!" With Cohen's comfort, everyone gradually calmed down. Cohen looked at the Skrull who collapsed on the ground, shook his head and sighed. "It seems that S.H.I.E.L.D. has indeed had a big problem! Ladies and gentlemen, for the safety of the world's people, I propose that all S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel be carefully screened. We can no longer allow such demons to infiltrate an organization that protects humanity! This is a nightmare." Cohen's words are still conservative. Someone immediately shouted, "S.H.I.E.L.D. is the evil agency. It should be abolished immediately. Catch these traitors who are colluding with the devil, and put all S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel in jail. We don't need a organization like S.H.I.E.L.D. The Avengers are enough." Cohen shrugged his shoulders and said, "Tisk tisk, public opinion is overwhelming and he is too embarrassed to stop it. S.H.I.E.L.D., it looks like your building will belong to me, and those 3 aircraft carriers that haven't been built yet will also belong to me. Hee hee." This scene has been broadcast live on television to the whole world, and everyone's attention is drawn to S.H.I.E.L.D. President Auk Wanhai's road to whitewashing should be much smoother. As long as he can follow public opinion and take control of S.H.I.E.L.D. steadily, he can barely escape this disaster. An unknown place, an unknown secret room. "Damn you, Cohen, you're a son of you are the traitor!" Don't think I don't know the dirty things you do. You are a bastard." Nick Fury slammed the table and threw the bench to vent his anger, then sat down on the ground dejectedly. The development of things was beyond his expectations. For the survival of S.H.I.E.L.D., he once thought about gritting his teeth and standing up to accept the people's questioning and trial. But on second thought, S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot do without him. The world faces so many potential dangers and it can't do without him. So he stamped his feet, gritted his teeth, and simply found a Skrull to replace him. On the one hand, he is extremely confident in the Skrull's transformation abilities, but on the other hand, this is just a delaying tactic. He is looking for enough clues in the hope of clearing Hawkeye Barton of his crime of betraying humanity. He knew very well that Patton was controlled by the devil. As long as we investigate the truth about the demons in hell, everything will be clear. With the power of S.H.I.E.L.D., he has found the traces of several mysterious wizards who may know the truth about hell. But now, it's all over. At the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Black Widow Natasha, Agent Coulson, Agent Hill, and even Minister Pierce all gathered together to watch the live broadcast. When they saw Nick Fury turn into a green monster, they knew that S.H.I.E.L.D. was doomed. If it were in any other period, even if this incident became a big deal, it would not destroy S.H.I.E.L.D., but it happened now. When the people of the entire country were panicked, angry, and crazy, S.H.I.E.L.D. became their punching bag. There is no escape from this disaster. But the one who was the most confused and felt the worst among the group was Pierce. "I lead the Hydra Snake Cubs and work hard and conscientiously for S.H.I.E.L.D. He finally climbed to a high position and gradually took control of S.H.I.E.L.D., and the flying aircraft carrier was about to be built. His long-cherished wish to rule mankind was about to be realized, but S.H.I.E.L.D. was gone. "You are kidding me!" I'm still alive, but S.H.I.E.L.D. is gone? Who could have predicted this? All the personnel of S.H.I.E.L.D. have been screened, so how can our Hydra still hide? Isn't this a death search? Who could have thought that if S.H.I.E.L.D. fell, our Hydra would also be destroyed? Jingle bell, the phone in the office suddenly rang. The call was connected, and Nick Fury's heavy voice came from the other end. Everyone, I'm sorry to have caused so much trouble to S.H.I.E.L.D. and you. But now is not the time to pursue responsibility. You should also realize that S.H.I.E.L.D. is facing great danger. We must react immediately. Where are you, Nick? Pierce interrupted. There was silence on the other end of the line. Sorry, Pierce, I can't tell you. Pierce was furious. You messed up S.H.I.E.L.D. like this, and you just give me a light apology, Nick. Who told you now is not the time to hold people accountable? People outside who isn't seeking accountability. If you are still the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and still a man with balls, then stand up. Pierce, you clearly know that those people are crazy, and we are all innocent. Shut up, Nick Fury. I don't want to hear anything you say. I want you to come out openly, now, immediately. So you want me to die? I'm sorry, I'm doing this for the good of S.H.I.E.L.D. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a long time. Even if I stand up, the situation cannot be changed. Of course Pierce knew this, but he was not really doing it for the good of S.H.I.E.L.D. He just wanted to vent his anger. All of our colleagues at S.H.I.E.L.D. are looking forward to this, Nick. Even if it's a 1 in 10,000 chance, you should give it a try. I knew. The phone hangs up. After hearing the conversation between Pierce and Nick Fury, Coulson, Hill, Natasha and others remained silent because they were also a little confused. The director has messed up and S.H.I.E.L.D. is going to be gone. What should we do? 30-something and unemployed. Black Widow frowned. Chief, will Nick stand up? Pierce shook his head. I don't know, this guy is the best agent I have ever seen, paranoid and crazy. As long as he believes that his actions are protecting humanity, he will not stand up. Sometimes I even think he is stupid. But it turns out that this kind of person can really accomplish great things. Coulson shook his head. But people like this are sometimes not suitable for the responsibility of protecting the world. Pierce smiled in his heart. That's right. If it weren't for Nick Fury's personality, Hydra's infiltration might not have been so smooth. What a pity. Our strength will probably be greatly reduced this time, and we need to find a new host to parasitize. Well, how about the Avengers? They're quite popular lately. No matter what the people in S.H.I.E.L.D. planned, their doomsday was inevitable. Guanhai probably used all his acting skills and cried his heart out in front of the public. The suicide of the Secretary of Defense and the confession of Vice President Dennis Hobbs certainly made people feel much more at ease. Immediately afterwards, Okuma ordered the abolition of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the siege of the Triskelion building, which gave him a lot of extra points. In order to put on a show, O'Kane even faced the crowd surrounding the White House, communicated with them through a loudspeaker, and then took them to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. The police, the National Guard, and the people led by the president face off against the soldiers and agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. At the same time, at the call of many media and the public, the Avengers also arrived at the scene. They stand with the people. Under this kind of pressure, S.H.I.E.L.D. soon couldn't hold on. They walked out of the building one after another and surrendered to the people. As reported in major newspapers, this was a great people's victory. In some dark corner, someone is watching all the developments. Seeing that the turmoil was slowly dying down, he sneered, "Do you think this is the end? The fire of anger cannot be extinguished so easily!" How could my lord's purpose be just to invade a small New York? All this is just the beginning. The whole world will be dominated by anger and despair. S.H.I.E.L.D. has fallen. Avengers, your doom is not far away. President Guanhai saved his life, but he will not be able to keep the presidency for long. The people were still dissatisfied with him, so after a series of discussions in the House of Representatives and the Senate, it was decided to hold early elections. In other words, Okanagan can only serve as president for a few months temporarily. So he's working like crazy to fulfill his promise to Cohen. The first thing given was the Triskelion building and a license allowing the Avengers to expand. Throughout the United States, most members of S.H.I.E.L.D. are in custody. Only a small number of people and some people in secret bases escaped. Cohen intends to pick and choose among them and bring in some talented people, but he cannot allow them to form cliques. So when Pierce expressed his intention to surrender to him again, he readily accepted them. Hydra, right? As long as you can escape scrutiny, then come on. It's up to you to supervise these former S.H.I.E.L.D. people. As for worrying about Hydra messing around, are you kidding? Our methods are also ruthless. Akath daily blood and the brain secretion fluid of the illusion master are all arranged. If they weren't worried that these methods would affect their IQ and delay their work, the former S.H.I.E.L.D. members would have to accept this. The only thing that makes Cohen regretful is that Nick Fury is still at large. Cohen specially formed a search team to search the world for the location of Nick Fury and the Skrulls. He had a hunch that by finding the Skrulls, he would be able to find Nick Fury. One day, Cohen was working when he was suddenly interrupted by his subordinates and asked to turn on the TV. At first glance, it was Stark Industries' new product launch. Everyone, this is a new agricultural robot developed by Stark Industries. You can't imagine how convenient it is to use. You see, the high-altitude pesticide spraying function can accurately spread the pesticide bomb on a farmland the size of a house at an extremely high speed, even at an altitude of several thousand meters. Of course, if you plan to grow green plants, you can also use laser insect killer. The robot is equipped with a super scanner that can detect all pests within a few hundred meters. The laser can kill them one by one, which is green and environmentally friendly exclamation at the same time. It also has Cohen was stunned. Is this an agricultural robot? End of this chapter. Chapter 92 Batman, Stark like me. Chapter 92 Batman, Stark like me exclamation Stark loves you. Cohen looked at the small, delicate, and childish big-headed toy in front of him and fell into deep thought. At this moment he was in the Stark Industries Expo, but to be precise, it was no longer called an exhibition but a robot theme park. Simply put, Stark is a pervert. He not only developed the agricultural robot, you must not modify it into a combat robot without permission, but also a variety of other robots. For example, there is a big-headed toy robot that can say Stark loves you, a cleaning robot shaped like a trash can, and a slim and good-looking housekeeping robot, as well as a series of extremely powerful civilian robots such as mining robots, exploration robots, deep-sea robots, etc., which are also please do not modify them without permission. Cohen guessed that the old man must have discovered that selling arms made money faster, but he couldn't go back on his word, so he resorted to the trick of replacing one thing with another, using someone else as a substitute, and concealing the truth. Under the guise of civilian robots, they are actually engaging in arms trading. What puzzled him was that after being kidnapped in the cave, hadn't he turned over a new leaf and turned over a new leaf? Are you developing into an arms dealer? No, because of this, he brought Ethan, who had shared the good and bad times with Stark, to visit him in person. Deep down, Cohen hopes that Stark is a true superhero who is just, brave, and dedicated. Why? Because a gentleman can be deceived by his own tactics! Exclamation. Soon, the two met Stark, who held a small party to thank the distinguished visitors. In order to keep a low profile, Cohen wore an exquisite half-face mask, which looked a bit abrupt but was able to avoid causing a sensation. The atmosphere was lively, with many blonde girls in bunny girl costumes and black stockings working as waiters, wandering among the crowd. In the middle of the crowd, Stark was hugging a beautiful red-haired lady with a neat hairstyle and was laughing wildly in front of the many guests. Cohen noticed at a glance that Pepper Potts was sitting on the sofa in the corner of the banquet with a lonely look on her face. Cohen patted Ethan on the shoulder and said, "You go talk to Stark." Ethan was also very angry about Stark selling weapons again. After all, his hometown was destroyed by Stark Industries weapons. He stormed over. Cohen picked up a small cake from the bar and walked towards Pepper. Pepper was slightly surprised to see him. Would you like some cake? No, thank you, Mr. Cohen. Pepper obviously recognized him and a forced smile appeared on her face. Seeing that her eyes were fixed on Stark in the crowd, Cohen shrugged and asked, what happened and how did he become such a jerk again? Pepper smiled bitterly, I don't know. Now I'm no longer the CEO of Stark Industries. I feel like he's not the same Stark anymore, he's changed a lot. Cohen frowned. Just at this moment, Stark in the crowd seemed to have an argument with Ethan. The honest man Ethan was so angry that his face turned red and he left in anger. Stark hugged the young model and laughed. He glanced towards Pepper, and when he saw Cohen, his expression suddenly changed. He pushed the red-haired girl in his arms away and walked over aggressively. Cohen stroked his chin, tilted his head and asked, if I can't help but knock out his 2 front teeth later, you won't blame me, right? What? Pepper was confused. Stark walked up to Cohen with a playful look on his face. Oh, isn't this our great hero, the Savior Cohen? Why are you interested in coming to my small press conference? Fortunately, the live music was loud enough that his words did not attract much attention. Cohen looked at him for a while, then suddenly asked, are you interested in joining the Avengers? I'll make you a captain. Stark was stunned and laughed. I told you, you can't afford me. Being a hero and still talking about money. That's vulgar. Remember what I told you at Emma's church, Stark. What do you want to be in your life? Stark snorted coldly and walked over to squeeze between Cohen and Pepper. Life is short, enjoy it while you can. I don't care who I am. So you plan to become an arms dealer again, wreak havoc on the world, and kill more civilians? Stark raised his lips and said, hey, if you say that, I'm going to sue you for defamation. All I sell are civilian products. It has nothing to do with arms! And don't you realize he will start the 3rd industrial revolution? The arc reactor will solve the energy problem, and with advanced artificial intelligence, I will be written into the textbooks. They'll make a statue of me. Cohen turned to look at him and said, I think what you are going to start is not the 3rd industrial revolution, but the 3rd World War. You're worrying too much. You are fallen. Looking at Stark in front of him, Cohen fell into thought. Should he punch to death the little mustache man in front of him with a fake smile or just let him go? In fact, it is beneficial for Stark to disrupt the world situation. Looking back, without the invasion of the demon god, without the madness of Obadiah, and without the invasion of Mephisto, he would not have been able to gain his current fame and status so quickly. If the United States is in chaos, the Avengers will have work to do. If there is work to do, then they can come up with excuses, report it to the government, obtain funding, and embezzle and waste. Chaos is not a problem. The question is, how messy is it? What if the Earth Online S3 season really starts by accident? Small-scale conventional wars are not a big problem either. The big question is, what if some crazy person starts dropping nuclear bombs and Earth Online restarts? Even if I can't die, do I still have to take the difficult road of I am the king alone in Marvel's Doomsday? Without the long legs and the white snow-white hair, what's the point of being a god? Unless if he could improve his own strength to a higher level and even prevent the outbreak of a nuclear war, then he could continue playing this game with Stark! Cohen narrowed his eyes slightly, and immediately thought of the nuclear bomb placed in the absolute zero zone and the beast horn he had obtained long ago. Can the plan to bomb hell be brought forward? Maybe. You can directly improve your strength by several levels. However, to be on the safe side, it is still better to inform Master Ancient One in advance and ask her to reinforce the Earth's protective magic circle. If she is discovered by then, it will be up to her to stop the devil. As for Stark, go back and ask the Avengers to come up with 8 action plans against him. If there is anything wrong, kill him immediately! After Cohen left, Stark glanced at Pepper, snorted coldly, called out to his bodyguard Happy, and turned away. Stark Industries building, top floor. After Stark entered, he ordered Jarvis to close all entrances and exits and even draw the thick curtains. Stark said calmly, "Jarvis, open the Babel project." Immediately, blue light appeared in the entire room, and a huge light curtain appeared out of thin air in front of him. Above are photos and information of each Avenger. The information collects and summarizes a series of contents including the abilities, personalities, hobbies, life experiences, etc. of all the Avengers. Most importantly, below all the Avengers, there are 1 to 3 ways and methods of killing them! And he used every possible means! For example, for Cyclops, since his attack power is strong but single, you can set an ambush and attack him in a group. He has an average physique and no defense capabilities, so an ordinary bullet can kill him. He has a sense of justice and compassion, and has deep feelings for his fellow mutants, and can use the life and death of mutant children to threaten him. The person he cares about most is Phoenix Girl Giant, and he can use this to set traps or disrupt her mind. As for Wolverine, his strength, speed, and combat power are relatively weak, but he has a pair of sharp adamantium claws and an invincible body. All types of weapons can knock him down, but the problem is how to control him or kill him. For this, a special super strong intoxicant can be used to ensure that the person is unconscious for 2-4 minutes, during which time a special form of shackles can be put on him. In addition, considering its immortality, you can try throwing it into magma, liquid nitrogen, or the vacuum of the universe. It is also possible to create a recycling flesh-scratching machine. Even if the adamantium skeleton cannot be destroyed, any resurrected flesh and blood will be removed immediately. In this series of goals, Cohen is clearly and undisputedly ranked first. Abilities: super physical fitness, super spear skills, super fighting skills, control of lightning, control of fire, flight character, justice, kindness, bravery, hobbies, money, women, life experience. As soon as he appeared, he was a priest of Emma Church. His previous experience involved China, and the investigation made no progress. The following is what happened afterwards. Stark looked at the huge light curtain in front of him, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. This was a plan that took him a lot of effort to come up with. On the light screen, some data is still being updated. This is because Jarvis is constantly capturing external information, carefully identifying it, and recording it in the database. Therefore, all means against the Avengers are constantly evolving. The longer the time and the more information you have, the more effective the plan will be. However, after seeing that the plan and method of killing were still blank in Cohen's folder, Stark frowned. "Jarvis, what's going on? Why is there no plan for Cohen?" Jarvis's mechanical male voice sounded. "According to the data summary, I found that the target changes very quickly, and new abilities always appear every once in a while. And old abilities also evolve. The target is special, the data is outdated, and it is impossible to come up with an efficient and targeted plan." Stark was silent for a moment. "Based on personality and hobbies, Jarvis, we have calculated 8 methods that are not recommended, and the chance of failure is very high." Stark took a look and immediately looked upset. "I only saw the first one, the honey trap." Cohen Wang seems to have ulterior motives for pepper pots and can use Jarvis, you bastard. "I'm sorry, Master, I don't understand what you are saying. Take Pepper out of this plan of yours." "Yes, Master." Stark was in no mood to watch the rest. He frowned and a plan came to his mind. "If I can't deal with him, why should I deal with him? Aren't there still many people who hate him to the core? I can." End of this chapter. Chapter 93 Thor, oh my god, why don't you recognize me? Chapter 93 Thor, oh my god, why don't you recognize me? Not long after Cohen returned to the Avengers base, he welcomed a special guest. Glory to the North god, the god of thunder, Thor. Looking at the ragged, silly-looking heir of Asgard, Cohen smiled and said, "Why, your wife didn't come with you?" Saul was stunned. "I'm not married." "But then you meet this girl who blows your mind away, right?" Thor was stunned, and his mind involuntarily emerged with a girl he had just met a few days ago, Jane Foster. Seeing this, Cohen continued, if you meet someone you like, don't miss it. Otherwise you will regret it forever. Thor lowered his head and thought seriously. You've lived for more than 1,000 years. How many times have you met a girl like this? Don't let her go. Hiss. This sentence seemed to instantly hit Thor's confused soul, and he immediately shouted excitedly, You are right! When I get Mjolnir back, I will go back to find her and take her back to Asgard with me. Cohen rolled his eyes. This silly boy really could never forget his hammer. He stretched out his hand, a gust of wind blew in the room, and Mjolnir instantly appeared in his hand. Thor rushed over immediately and said, Mjolnir, I knew it was you. I recognized you as soon as I saw the dark clouds on TV. I've come to you, Mjolnir. Cohen pushed him away and said, Thor, I have some bad news for you. Mjolnir is already my hammer. I'm afraid you are no longer qualified to be its owner. Thor was stunned and instantly became furious. What are you talking about? Mjolnir is mine! Foolish mortal, no matter what means you use, as long as I touch it, it will definitely recognize me. It belongs to me. Cohen sneered and handed over the hammer. You said it's yours? Do you dare to try? Of course I dare, Thor said, reaching for it. As soon as he caught it, Cohen let go and the hammer fell violently downward. Then, the hammer hit the ground. Caw! Thor's back made a sound as his body was pulled down. H.I.P.H.Tilde Thor let out a muffled groan and his face quickly turned blood red. He loosened his grip on the hammer but did not straighten himself up. Cohen kindly asked, Do you need a doctor? No need, Thor said in a muffled voice. I don't believe it. Mjolnir doesn't recognize me! We have spent thousands of years together. It knows me better than my father. How could it not recognize me? Thor was unwilling to give in and put his hand on it again. Cohen shrugged and said, Maybe it's been 1,000 years and it's already tired of you? It has no mouth and cannot speak, so it cannot say how much it hates you. But the fact that it didn't want you to lift it up is telling. You shut up! Thor shouted loudly and began to exert his strength, but Mjolnir did not move at all. Then his face went from red to pale. His face was full of disbelief. He took 2 steps back, raised his head to look at the ceiling, and opened his arms. No, the distraught Thor knelt on the ground with lifeless eyes. Cohen called for someone to take him down and let him be alone in peace. As for himself, he immediately found Professor Charles and Phoenix Jane. Logically speaking, Thor has arrived on Earth for several days. In other words, the god Odin, who was far away in Asgard, should have fallen into divine sleep long ago. That little rascal Loki is coming to find his brother soon. We must prepare a great gift for him and train this #1 magician in the 9 realms. Along with Professor Charles and Phoenix Girl came the illusion master Jason. Ever since he escaped from Stryker last time, Charles has felt deeply guilty towards Jason. He seldom goes on missions, and spends his time every day teaching students and staying with Jason, hoping to help him recover. Despite his unremitting efforts, progress was slow. The only good news at the moment is probably that he can perform a combination skill with Jason to control people with strong mental strength and make them fall into illusions. It is worth mentioning that the professor never asked Cohen to help him rebuild the brain wave enhancer. This is good news for him, because although Cohen has no current plans to reunite him with his old friends, he has also drawn a bottom line for him. Brainwave enhancer. Dare to mention, dare to kill. This thing combined with his super telepathic ability is so powerful. Enough to destroy the whole world, more powerful than a nuclear bomb! Cohen, the professor, and others stayed in the room next to Thor. After telling them about the mission, the professor and Phoenix Girl also looked dazed. Is that big guy next door Thor, the god of thunder in Norse mythology? Really, Ollivander is also a younger brother. Loki, are we just sitting here and waiting for Loki to come to us? His world is becoming more and more abnormal. Late at night, Thor huddled in the corner of the room, sad as if his father had died. Suddenly, a ghost-like figure quietly appeared in the room. He was wearing a black windbreaker and a gray-green scarf around his neck. He looked elegant, but his brows were slightly furrowed and he looked melancholy. Thor noticed him immediately. "Loki, why are you here?" "I have to see you, brother. What happened?" "Father, our father, the god King Odin, is dead." "What?" Thor was shocked and couldn't believe it. "What are you talking about?" "Father is dead, brother," Loki repeated sadly. His voice was heavy and painful. "You were exiled, and Asgard is facing the threat of war." He really can't bear it all. The enormous pressure caused him to collapse, and he never woke up again. Thor had a dazed look on his face, almost in an out-of-body state. Loki shook his head, as if he couldn't bear to face him. "My father passed the throne to me before he died, and I now bear a heavy responsibility. Don't worry, brother, I will definitely inherit your and my father's legacy and govern Asgard well." Thor was stunned for a moment and begged, "Can I go home, brother?" "I'm afraid not, my brother. I reached a truce with Jotunheim, and one of the conditions was to exile you. Besides, your mother doesn't want you to go back either. She thinks you killed your father!" "I'm sorry, brother." Thor almost burst into tears, his eyes full of sadness. "I should be the one to say sorry, brother. Thank you for visiting me. Goodbye, my brother." Turning around, Loki had a pleasant smile on his face. He took a step forward and passed through the wall of the room without any hindrance, muttering to himself, "Mjolnir seems to be nearby. Maybe I should try to pick it up." Before he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly changed. The yellow, endless, steaming desert. "Oh my god! Where did this step come from?" Turned around in confusion, with his hands on his hips. "Is there something wrong with my magic? Impossible. I am the #1 magician in the 9 realms. Could it be?" He suddenly frowned and said, "Oh my god, Odin, have I been ambushed?" After thinking about the problem clearly, he snorted coldly. "What kind of trifling tricks are you? How dare you show off your skills in front of an expert? I am the #1 magician, and I have 9 ways to break this illusion." Outside of his fantasy, Charles was sweating profusely and said with difficulty, hurry up, he is very powerful." At this moment, Cohen flashed to the side of Loki, who had revealed his true form. With a thought, a hole opened in the absolute zero zone. He stretched out his leg and kicked Loki in. He had tested it long ago and found that no one could die in the absolute zero zone. Just like those movies where time stands still, they don't even realize that their entire bodies have been stopped. When they return to the outside world, they will only feel as if they have been stolen away for a period of time. On the other side, far away in Asgard, although he has fallen into a divine sleep, he can still sense many things in the outside world. As Loki was taken into the absolute zero zone, his aura was completely isolated from this world, and his whole body trembled. "What happened? Why did my second son suddenly disappear? Such a handsome, suave and charming son of mine is gone just like that?" At this time, Cohen on Earth looked at Thor and fell into deep thought. Mjolnir is currently in his hands, but who knows when Odin will take it back? Although Mjolnir is close to him and likes him, Odin has control over him. The hammer had long been infused with Odin's divine power, and Odin could take it back at any time. Looking at Thor in front of him, an idea came to his mind. How about letting Odin exchange his hammer for his son? His god king wouldn't be so angry that he wants to hunt me down, right? I don't have the strength of a god yet, so I can't defeat him. But Mjolnir, I really can't bear to let him go! It's like you just hired a petite and cute secretary who is obedient and adorable. How can you give up for you? I am willing to give it a try! Thinking of this, Cohen gritted his teeth, opened the absolute zero zone, walked over and grabbed Thor's neck. With the latter looking confused with a "what are you doing" expression, he was thrown in as well. In Asgard, the sleeping Norse god King Odin trembled again! Just lost one son, and now lost another. "Loki, my son!" On the side, Queen Frigga touched Odin's forehead curiously. "What happened?" "The temperature is normal." Odin never had the shiver when he was in divine sleep before. Right-Cohen, who was delighted to have 2 sons of the God King, was a little uneasy, so he decided to send more people to look for Camertage. Master Gui didn't sincerely promise to teach him last time, and he didn't even leave any contact information. This time, I helped her deal with Mephisto, who invaded from hell. In the end, she owed me 2 favors. One was used to teach her the art of borrowing money. Asking her to act as a middleman in a transaction between him and Odin makes perfect sense no matter how you look at it. As for persuading her to consolidate the magic circle and guard against the attack of the Lord of Hell, that is her job and she cannot use up her favor. In an unknown place, Nick Fury had a dejected look on his face, and his voice was hoarse as he looked at the people in front of him. Things are changing so fast. I've changed your name again. From now on, you will no longer be called the Justice League, but instead be called Injustice! Because your first goal is to assassinate the great hero, the savior, Cohen. End of this chapter. Chapter 94, Wakanda Forever. Chapter 94, Wakanda Forever. Cohen didn't expect that Master Ancient One would come to him on his own initiative. The first thing they said when they met, "You killed Odin's 2 sons?" Cohen shook his head. How is that possible? That old man is so fierce. Why would I kill his son? Gui nodded. That's good, otherwise if Asgard attacks, I can stop Odin, but you can't stop his army. Cohen hesitated and asked, Master, can I use his 2 sons to exchange something with him? Ancient One looked at him strangely. You want to blackmail Odin? No. Cohen waved his hands quickly. How could I do such a despicable thing? Well, Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor, Odin said that whoever can lift it will own it. He certainly didn't expect me to be there. I raised it, but I was afraid he would deny it and turn around and forcibly take my hammer away. What should I do? You want Odin to trade his hammer for his son? Correct. Cohen nodded and said, I'll give you these 2 big boys of Odin. Please help me talk to Odin. If he agrees, we can sign a document. What do you think? Humph. What does it have to do with me? Master, the Mexicans invaded New York, and I was the one who helped you fight them back. You can't pull it out, you can't turn your back on me. Also, last time you said you would teach me the Qigong, but you didn't even leave me a phone number. It's obvious that you weren't sincere. Ancient One rolled his eyes and said, You are too petty for an emperor. He might keep his promise and give you the hammer for free. But I will never accept even the slightest threat from you. Master, do you think he will keep his promise? Gui glanced at Mjolnir next to Cohen and shook his head. No. What should I do? Should I go and beg him? Cohen's eyes widened. This is a way. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Cohen shouted, and suddenly frowned. If I can help him train his 2 sons, what do you think he that ruffian and that sly fellow? After thinking about it, Cohen suddenly felt that there was great potential. Gods and demons like Odin and Mephisto are a sign of failed family education, with children staring at their buttocks every day. Gui also nodded. If you can really teach his 2 sons well, this matter is still possible. Cohen perked up. Humph, let's give them a beating from the bottom of human society to wake them up, sons of God. In Asgard, Odin breathed a sigh of relief when he sensed the presence of his 2 older sons again. Continue hibernating. Before Ancient One left, Cohen asked her for a magic belt that could restrain Loki's divine power. Release the 2 brothers, ignore Loki's nonsense like I'm a god, you are despicable mortals, and find Frank. Go, take these 2 to work illegally. Jingle Bellau Guanhai came to see Cohen again. He was reluctant to see his presidency end so hastily. As the first black president of the United States, he didn't want to die so easily. He had been trying to persuade Cohen to help him, to stand up for him, just as he had initially agreed not to take a stand against mutants, as Cohen had promised him. But the offense and defense have changed, Mr. President. Unless on the phone, Okunhai asked curiously, Wakanda, what is that? Is there such a place in the United States? Wakanda is a country in Africa, Mr. President. African countries? Cohen chuckled softly. Although it appears to be a small African tribal country, in fact, it is the richest, most developed, and most technologically advanced country on the planet. Impossible! Guanhai immediately shouted. The most advanced country on this planet is obviously America! How many aircraft carriers does this Wakanda you are talking about have? Wakanda does not have a single aircraft carrier, but they have an energy shield covering the entire country, which has prevented the world from discovering them so far. They also have advanced fighter planes that can beat any country in the world. How is this possible? Guanhai screamed. Of course it's possible. Mr. President, do you know about vibranium? Is that the one that costs $10,000 a gram? Do you know how much vibranium there is in Wakanda? Guanhai seemed to suddenly realize something, and his voice was a little dry. How many? It is said that the reserves are as high as 10,000 tons. Hiss! Guanhai's breathing stopped for more than 10 seconds, and then he began to breathe heavily. You sure? Ha ha! Cohen laughed a few times on the phone. You heard it right, Mr. President. You can calculate how much these vibranium can be converted into US dollars! Even if it is folded in half again and again, it is still enough for the entire United States to spend in a lifetime! If you can help the United States gain this huge wealth, you can even carve your butt on Mount Rushmore. Guanhai was silent and silent again. Then he asked with difficulty, if it is really as powerful as you say, why doesn't it conquer the world? Because they are so arrogant. Mr. President, can you imagine that in this world, there is a group of people hiding behind an energy barrier, watching the world with a smile? Wherever there is a war, they will laugh at the people there, saying that they are all barbarians and have not learned what civilization is after tens of thousands of years. Wherever there was famine, they would laugh at the fools who could not even feed themselves. Even when the Americans were happy and proud of their own progress and strength, they were watching with a smile behind their backs and could still make comments like backward and stupid! They look down on everything outside of Wakanda. So they never engage with us. They treat us like inferiors. Another reason they don't conquer the world is that there are too few of them. Although their technology and individual soldiers are strong, their numerical disadvantage makes them insufficient to conquer the outside world. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a long time. Then came Guanhai's angry voice. Tell me, in that bloody triangular trade, did they watch us being abducted? I think so, Mr. President. During the 2 world wars, did they watch as tens of millions of people died in this world? I think so, Mr. President. They watched the world suffer, bleed, wail, struggle, and suffer, but they did nothing? Yes, Mr. President. They are not worthy of being called human beings. They are not worthy of being part of the human race. They are just a bunch of unevolved black monkeys! They are the enemies of this world. They are a bunch of heartless and ungrateful scum. Damn them, yes. Mr. President. So, Mr. Cohen, do you have any address or information about this country? Of course. Mr. President. Cohen had already discovered information about Wakanda from the materials left behind by S.H.I.E.L.D. They have been tracking the source of vibranium and found an abnormal area in Africa. Cohen sent all the information to Guanhai. He had long considered that it would undoubtedly be beneficial to him if O'Neill could continue to serve as president. After all, the 2 of them had a lot of secret PY transactions and had huge common interests. Likewise, if Wakanda Karaoke is able to take over Wakanda, there is no doubt that Cohen will be one of the biggest beneficiaries. With Guanhai here, and the Avengers being so famous, then it belongs to the United States or the Avengers, right? That night, an explosive news broke out in the White House. An American soldier mysteriously disappeared while on a mission in Wakanda, a small African country. The United States demanded an explanation from Wakanda, but it never expected that this small country would challenge the authority of the Celestial Empire, claiming that it saw nothing and knew nothing! Therefore, the U.S. House of Representatives, Senate, White House, and Pentagon urgently passed various procedures to dispatch 3 aircraft carriers to Africa. We swear to seek justice for the soldiers who disappeared mysteriously. We must see them alive or their bodies if they are dead! This news left the whole world confused, but the most confused person was Wakanda's current king, T'Chaka, because he saw the news from the news and newspapers. What the hell did the United States tell me about this? We don't. I remember! Moreover, our American soldiers went to Wakanda to carry out a mission and disappeared. I haven't even asked you why you came to Wakanda, but you asked me to hand over the people. Do you still care about reason and international law? Isn't this bullying the honest person? But no matter how he complained, the U.S. Army was already rushing over. Just when many people were puzzled by this incident, a hot man appeared. Jameson, owner of the Daily Bugle. He roared on TV as usual. Dear viewers, this is unbelievable. Can you imagine that in this world, there is a group of black people who are secretly watching us? We possess a huge treasure, a meteorite treasure that fell from the sky, and it should have belonged to all mankind. But after these people took it for themselves, they began to watch the world with cold eyes. He played a video of a huge forest with a drone flying fast in the sky. Suddenly, it seemed to hit something, a spark flashed, and it fell down in an instant. In a flash of fire, a blue shield appeared faintly. Jameson said loudly, "Dear audience, this group of shameless people is called Wakanda!" To all my black compatriots, can you imagine that a group of people with the same skin color as you watched you being plundered, enslaved, killed, and tortured hundreds of years ago? They clearly have advanced technology, advanced civilization, and advanced weapons. They could have stopped this! Humans all over the world, do you know that your diseases, pain, poverty, and suffering can all be cured by Wakanda? The reason why they can do it is not because they are smart, kind, hardworking, and diligent, but because they are shameless, selfish, and evil! That meteorite that fell from the sky, that vibranium meteorite, is a gift from God. It belongs to all mankind! It was the Wakandans who took it away inhumanely. Our suffering, our poverty, our sorrow can be cured. The antidote is in Wakanda. Before Jameson's roar faded away, major newspapers in the United States had already published their front-page headlines. The New York Times: "How could the devil dare to invade New York if there was vibranium?" Los Angeles Daily News: "Wakanda, please open your eyes and look at this suffering world." Wall Street Journal: "Vibranium trade will greatly boost the world economy." The #1 song on the U.S. Billboard chart is "1,000 Reasons to Kill Wakanda." End of this chapter. Chapter 95: Wakanda No Forever. Chapter 95: Wakanda No Forever. Planes, tanks, artillery, soldiers. Under the attention of the whole world, the U.S. military completed the siege of Wakanda. In fact, it is not just the U.S. military, but also many NATO countries such as the Eagle Country, the Iron Tower Country, and the Maple Leaf Country. They all sent out warships and troops, intending to follow the United States and get a piece of the pie. But the U.S. military is not stupid. The joint forces of these countries have all been assigned to the front line. The battlefield commander was an undisputed hawk among hawks, General Ross. After the last Hulk incident, he was almost done for. Although the media publicized this attack extensively, the Pentagon was clearly aware that this was purely an invasion and plundering war. The other generals were reluctant to come, but Ross saw an opportunity and volunteered. Inside the palace of Wakanda, the old King T'Chaka and the elders, as well as the Queen, T'Challa, Shuri, and others are discussing countermeasures. The fierce attack of the U.S. Army finally made them realize that Wakanda was in great danger. The old king slammed the table hard and said, "The United States is a bastard hegemonic country!" They say that soldiers are missing, just to plunder our technology and vibranium! Humph, look at the reports in their country, they have no shame at all. The elder with the big plate mouth next to him sighed, "They have surrounded us, we need to come up with a way to deal with this disaster." Another female elder said, "The American general demands that we surrender unconditionally before 12 o'clock tonight." They also want troops to move in, mining companies to move in, and research institutes to move in. If we agree to their demands, Wakanda will be emptied out by them in a few years. Humph! How could we surrender? These arrogant American soldiers have no idea how powerful we are. Gather our best tribal warriors, ride on our vibranium-armored rhinos, hold vibranium spears, wear vibranium capes, and show them some color. The heir to the throne, T'Challa, shook his head at this time. "I don't think a head-on conflict with American soldiers is a good idea. We are so few in number and every Wakandan life is precious. I think we should sit down and talk. Our technology can be passed on to the outside world in a limited manner, and vibranium can also be sold in small quantities. Perhaps there is one thing that is correct in the outside world's evaluation of us, which is that we cannot sit idly by and watch external disasters happen while we do nothing. Vibranium is a gift from God, and we should use it to give back to the world." Nonsense. Vibranium is a gift from the Black Panther god. It only belongs to us Wakandans. T'Challa, get in your place. You are the heir to Wakanda, not an outsider! You should think more about your country and its people. T'Challa's words immediately drew scolding from several elders. Even King T'Chaka glared at him. "Brother, I don't agree with what you said." The Dark Shuri shook his head. "I developed so many high-techs not for outsiders to use, but to protect Wakanda." She turned to the king and said, "Father, we should use our strongest strength to give these foreign natives a head-on blow, so that they will never dare to underestimate the great Wakanda again." After some thought, the king finally spoke. "Order, immediately assemble Wakanda's strongest forces, all fighters and soldiers stand by. Let's have a good fight with the United States." "Father," T'Challa shouted. T'Chaka shook his head at him. "We can negotiate with the enemy, but only if they treat us as equals!" The U.S. military will not negotiate with us in good faith before they have seen how powerful we are. T'Challa was stunned for a moment, then nodded slowly. "I understand, my king." T'Chaka glanced at everyone and suddenly howled, "Wakanda forever!" On the Atlantic Ocean, in the combat command room of the USS George H.W. Bush, General Ross was talking on the phone with President Obama. Guanhai asked, "So, General, what is your battle plan?" Ross paused for a moment and said, "Mr. President, the ground forces have surrounded Wakanda. We don't need a detailed battle plan. We just need a determination." "Determination? To what extent will you allow me to destroy Wakanda, Mr. President?" Guanhai was silent. He felt that the general in front of him was a little crazy. "To what extent do you want to destroy Wakanda?" "I have to remind you, General, that according to intelligence, they are likely to have extremely advanced fighter planes and weapons." "Yes, Mr. President, this is a war whose outcome is difficult to predict. So I asked you this question." Kanhai frowned. "I don't want to tell you to what extent I want to destroy Wakanda! I just want to tell you to take this damn place down for me, and try to minimize the casualties of American soldiers." Ross smiled. "Then I understand, Mr. President." "What do you understand?" Ross smiled slightly. "There are 3 Ohio-class strategic nuclear submarines in the ocean beneath my feet. In order to reduce casualties among soldiers, please make sure one of them is ready to launch a missile, Mr. President." Guanhai was stunned, and a very bad memory came to his mind. This bastard. What he meant was that I should prepare for the second shift. After ending the call with the president, Ross immediately issued the battle order. If Wakanda refuses to surrender, the battle will begin at 8 p.m., 1 hour later. At that time, thousands of cannons will bombard Wakanda at the same time. Hundreds of warships on the Atlantic Ocean will launch thousands of missiles. In addition, there will be a first wave of hundreds of fighter jets carrying out bombing. He made up his mind that he must pin Wakanda to the ground as soon as possible! The evening breeze is blowing. In Africa, most creatures have entered a dormant state. Only some wild beasts that hunt at night are still awake. They hid in the grass, staring with their green eyes, secretly watching everything that happened around them. Anything that comes into their field of vision may be the prey that dies in their mouths. Hush, hush! Suddenly, a shrill voice cut through the night sky. Those were cylindrical objects, spinning rapidly, emitting a hot breath, and moving forward quickly! Exclamation boom. In midair, they seemed to hit something. A blue light flashed, and then there was a loud explosion. But this is not the end, but the beginning. S.H.I.E.L.D. Dense artillery shells fell like raindrops, and the violent explosions instantly awakened all nearby creatures. The hunters and the hunted all got up in panic. Some raised their 4 hooves, let out a long cry, and immediately ran away. Some of them roared wildly and retreated into their caves. In ancient Africa, a brutal hunting war broke out again. Wakanda, Combat Command Room. Surui gritted his teeth and said, "These shameless bastards. They clearly said that our surrender deadline is midnight!" But now, at 7:58, they launched the attack. This is a bunch of dishonest and shameless people. T'Chaka stood aside, his expression unchanged. How is the preparation of the fighter plane going? It's more than half ready. T'Chaka took a look at the integrity of the energy shield. In just a few dozen seconds, the shield had withstood tens of thousands of attacks. Only 73% complete. At this time, a sharp alarm sounded again in the command room. Surui took a quick look and immediately gasped. "King, there are thousands of missiles flying here, and hundreds of fighter jets following behind." T'Chaka immediately asked, "Can the energy shield resist their attacks?" Surui's fingers quickly tapped on the keyboard. According to calculations, after the missile attack, the integrity of the shield will drop to 5%. Charge the laser cannon immediately. Once the shield collapses, kill all the fighters. After some operations, Surui said anxiously, "King, without the protective shield, we can't stop all the enemy's shells!" Wakanda could suffer heavy losses. There are too many enemies. Behind the 2 men, T'Challa, who had been silent, took a step forward and slammed his right hand on his chest. "King, I am willing to fly a fighter plane and destroy the enemy's artillery and tanks." T'Chaka looked at his young son and shook his head slightly. "I'll go myself." "What?" T'Challa and Shuri were both stunned. T'Chaka patted his son's shoulder. "There's one more thing you need to do." T'Challa looked puzzled. At this time, Queen Ramada came to him with a few people. "My son, I have arranged a heart-shaped grass trial for you. You will inherit the name of Black Panther." Regardless of everyone's obstruction, the old King T'Chaka put on the Black Panther combat suit again and got on his own fighter plane. Their fighter jets had just taken off when thousands of missiles arrived! The huge projectile slammed into the energy shield mercilessly, exploding into fireworks all over the sky. Looking up from Wakanda, it seemed as if the entire world was covered in flames. After the explosion, the protective shield was crumbling, and finally at a certain moment, a blue light flashed and the shield disappeared. Wakanda was officially exposed to the stars. Hundreds of fighter jets appeared in the distant sky, with missiles loaded and cannons on standby. Suddenly, several green laser beams rose from the ground of Wakanda. They were like indestructible swords. With a swipe in the sky, all the U.S. and coalition aircraft exploded in midair. The ground troops and the frontline commander looked at this horrifying scene with their mouths wide open. He staggered to the command room and picked up the phone. "General, the first batch of fighter planes were completely destroyed." "I know. That's the only short answer." Click, the phone was hung up. The commander on the front line gritted his teeth and suddenly grabbed the signalman beside him and said, "Pass on my order, all combat units, fight hard. Fire all your shells at me." Wakanda. A fire has started on the edge of the city. The shield is broken and the shells cannot be completely intercepted. It won't be long before the fire burns the entire city. Shuri looked at the radar screen and changed color again. She quickly picked up the communicator. King, the second batch of missiles and fighter jets are attacking Wakanda. End of this chapter. Chapter 96 Black Panther, My Dad is Gone. Chapter 96 Black Panther, My Dad is Gone. In the sky, the old King T'Chaka, driving a fighter plane, was preparing to attack the coalition's artillery and tank positions. After receiving Surui's news, he immediately changed his battle plan. The first priority is to destroy the enemy's missiles and fighter jets. War Machine and Colonel Rhodes, wearing armor made by Stark, mixed in the second wave of fighter formations. Not only him, but also 2 other sets of armor formed a 3-person war team with him. This is the War Machine that the Pentagon bought from Stark at a huge price. Even if Rhodes personally offered a friendly price, each set of armor would cost as much as $1 billion! This does not even include subsequent maintenance upgrades and ammunition replenishment. That's it. Buy it if you want! Even with the Pentagon's wealthy temperament, it only dared to buy 3 to verify the equipment. Today is their first time to participate in a battle, and the military hopes that they can achieve a good result. The same is true for Stark. On the other side, after a friendly conversation with the president, Cohen got the formula of adamantium alloy. He reluctantly took off his vibranium pants and produced a batch of adamantium bullets. Now, these bullets are being loaded into the Gatling guns behind War Machine Rod and the other 2. This will be his ultimate weapon against the Wakanda army! On the other side, Wakanda first encountered the second wave of missiles from the U.S. coalition forces. T'Chaka yelled over the comms channel, "Everyone, destroy all missiles." In an instant, dozens of Wakandan fighter planes lined up and opened fire at full force. They used every available means, including interceptor missiles, laser weapons, and aircraft cannons. In a short while, most of the missiles were destroyed, with only a few escaping the net, but the laser cannons on the ground in Wakanda should be able to deal with them. Just as T'Chaka breathed a sigh of relief, he discovered that dozens of enemy fighters were coming towards him. Anger instantly surged up in his heart, and he controlled the fighter plane and rushed forward instantly. "Everyone, follow me. The old king of Wakanda is very brave!" Unfortunately, he didn't know that the armor of Rhodes and the other 2 had already been aimed at him. Maybe Wakanda hasn't experienced war for too long, and they have lost their vigilance. Among the many Wakanda fighter planes, Rhodes recognized at a glance which one was the leader's vehicle, because it's clearly bigger and better built. So he used the adamantium bullets without hesitation. In an instant, 3 bright lines of fire accurately hit the Wakandan fighter plane that was in the front. Dang dang dang! At first, the old king didn't care. Because his entire fighter is made of vibranium, even the glass in front of him is special glass with vibranium added. It is difficult for the United States missile cannons to break through the defense of this fighter jet. He was even wearing a Black Panther armor. Double-layer defense, indestructible! But soon, he realized something was wrong. Bang bang bang! The glass in front of me was instantly covered with spiderweb-like dents. In the bright flash of the gunfire, he saw a bullet lodged in the glass. There was a slight pain in his chest, and he felt the strength in his body draining away. The next moment, hundreds of bullets hit him directly. The Black Panther armor blocked most of them, but quite a few still penetrated into his body. His hand left the joystick and fell in the command room. Surui immediately discovered that his father's car was falling at a high speed! She quickly picked up the communicator. "King, King." What happened? No answer. Behind her, the queen stood there blankly, staring at the radar screen. "King, King, father." Sizzle sizzle! The voice of female General Okoye came from the communication book. "The king has fallen. The king has fallen." In the command room, everyone fell silent. How can this Bashari's face was full of disbelief. That was Wakanda's most advanced technology equipment. The royal throne fell, and Wakanda's battle formation was instantly in chaos. Some wanted to continue to fight the enemy, some wanted to save the king, and some wanted to evacuate the battlefield. Seizing this opportunity, War Machine Rhodes launched a brutal hunt. Ground battlefield. After the protective shield disappeared, the tank and armored vehicle corps began to advance. What surprised all the American soldiers was that an ancient type of soldier appeared in front of them. Beast soldiers! They saw that several elephants and rhinos were wearing armor and standing on the battlefield. The Wakanda soldiers, each holding a spear or a short stick, formed a dense formation. It looks like he's planning to have a cold weapon duel with them. The commander of the tank corps looked at this scene with a confused look on his face. "Didn't anyone tell you that we don't fight in close combat?" Raised his hand and the tank corps stopped advancing. "All tanks, howitzers, ready!" Emission. The violent explosion overwhelmed the neatly arranged Wakandan army. Before the smoke had cleared, the commander was surprised to find that several armored rhinos rushed over without any injuries on their bodies! Fake. Rhino warrior is not that powerful! And those Wakanda soldiers at the back used their cloaks to form a blue shield, which actually blocked the frontal artillery attack. The commander immediately grabbed the communicator. "Request artillery support. Position soon." A large number of shells fell from the sky and landed on the battlefield. This method obviously worked. The Wakanda soldiers were unable to defend against the explosions coming from all directions. Moreover, their shields had already been depleted of energy. Wakanda's population can only support them to form a few special operations teams or a limited air force. In ground warfare, due to the small number of people, weapons such as vibranium tanks and armored vehicles were not developed. Without shields and air force cover, their soldiers are very vulnerable! Although the elephants and rhinos wearing vibranium armor overturned several tanks, they could not escape the saturation attack of numerous artillery shells. At this time, the entire city of Wakanda had begun to catch fire. The U.S. Army finally stood on this ancient land. On the USS Bush, the situation of the coalition forces is very good. Although the losses were heavy, everyone understood the consequences. As long as Wakanda is taken, the United States can continue its global hegemony for 100 years. So, no one cares about the hundreds of lives sacrificed. General Ross took a sip of champagne and reported to President O'Neill on the other side of the screen. "It seems that our previous preparations were a bit redundant." Guanhai showed his big white teeth. "Don't be so naughty in the future, 5-star General, General Ross." Ha ha ha! The two of them burst into joyful laughter at the same time. Wakanda is in danger. T'Challa, who had just woken up from the trial of the heart-shaped grass, gained strength, speed, and sensory abilities beyond that of ordinary people. But before he could be happy, he was hit by a series of bad news. What? The king crashed? What? All the ground troops were defeated? What? The fire is about to spread to the palace. An angry T'Challa came to the command room and learned what happened. He gritted his teeth and his eyes widened. "I want to avenge my father." Air combat battlefield. Rhodes and the other 3 suits of armor had used up all their ammunition, and even so they only destroyed 7 or 8 Wakanda fighter planes. There is no way. The Wakanda fighter jet made of vibranium and special materials is too hard. But they are already excellent, because dozens of other U.S. military aircraft combined to only shoot down 3 Wakanda fighter jets. And they themselves lost nearly half! At this point in the battle, both sides were running out of ammunition and food. At this moment, the Wakanda fighter planes that had been fighting to the death suddenly left the battlefield and retreated to the rear. Rhodes and others were feeling strange when the radar system suddenly sounded an alarm. More than a dozen newly appeared Wakanda fighter jets were approaching rapidly! They then panicked and retreated quickly, but what made them despair was that the Wakanda fighter planes were much faster than them. The other party approached them quickly, but what surprised them was that after meeting them, the other party's speed did not slow down but increased, and it left them behind in just a few seconds. This scene left all the pilots dumbfounded. Only Rhodes was moved. Could they be heading towards the aircraft carrier formation? T'Challa gripped the joystick tightly, his heart filled with rage. "Damn Americans! Invading our land and killing our people at will is too much exclamation in that case. Let you also have a taste of loss. He led a dozen female escort pilots and quickly left the continent and entered the ocean. According to radar, a large number of enemy warships are 200 kilometers away. He ordered, "Everyone, lower your altitude." Soon, more than a dozen fighter planes descended to a height close to the waves. At their extremely fast speed, once they hit the water, it would be no different from hitting the ground. But they were not afraid at all thanks to their advanced technology and superb skills. They approached the battleship group quickly. T'Challa issued his final order, "Everyone, attack the U.S. aircraft carrier first. Then I will strike the one with the largest tonnage. I want these shameless enemies to pay the heaviest price." "Yes." There was a uniform response from the communicator. Aircraft carrier command room. General Ross, the future 5-star general, was sweating profusely, and he had already thrown the champagne somewhere. He didn't expect that the enemy, at the moment of death, would give up resisting the ground forces and air fighter forces and directly attack the sea ship forces. "Wakanda, you don't want it anymore, right?" Made up his mind to survive this attack first, and then immediately contact the president to launch a nuclear bomb. "You useless guys, haven't you figured out where the enemy is? Bastard, waste." The radar soldier's face was covered in greasy cold sweat, and he also knew what it meant to not be able to detect the enemy. "No, sir. There's no sign of them on the radar. Damn, they must be flying close to the water." "Fake." At this moment, the communicator suddenly sounded, "Commander, this is the USS Kentucky nuclear submarine. Our sonar system has detected a huge vibration approaching. Please be prepared." "Please drip drip." Before the other party could finish his words, the aircraft carrier's radar alarm system suddenly issued a sharp beep. Through the glass in front, Ross clearly saw several fighter planes taking off into the sky not far away. End of this chapter. Chapter 97, America and-039's Tragedy, Aircraft Carrier Sinks. Chapter 97, America's Tragedy, Aircraft Carrier Sinks. Before the fighter plane even reached a high altitude, several flashes of fire flashed under its wings. Then, Ross watched a ball of blue light burst out from the bow of the aircraft carrier. It was an explosion of color he had never seen before. But just a few seconds later, he felt the aircraft carrier begin to tilt. Many people on other warships saw this shocking scene. A few blue flames flashed by, and the 3 aircraft carriers in the center of the fleet all had horrific wounds on their bodies. The bow of the bush almost disappeared, and a quarter of the entire aircraft carrier was missing. A large part of the right side of the Nimitz disappeared, revealing a horrifying and magical vertical cross-section. There is also the USS Washington, which is the worst hit. The entire bridge has disappeared! How is this possible? Everyone swallowed. But this is just the beginning. Although the entire fleet launched a fierce attack the moment a dozen fighter planes appeared, nearly half of them still survived. They shuttled flexibly in the air and took some damage. Before exploding in midair, they launched all the super missiles on the fighter planes. Boom, boom. More than a dozen supply ships and even more large destroyers were devoured by the unknown weapon. By this time, only T'Challa's specially made King's mobility remained in the sky. This is the old King's spare car. Even at this point, he was unwilling to evacuate. After the missiles were used up, he used the aircraft cannon. After the aircraft cannon was used up, he flew close to the sea surface and used his sturdy vibranium wings to pierce the hull of the frigate. It was not until this time that the fighter formation where Rhodes and others were located arrived at the battlefield. But they could no longer land because the 3 aircraft carriers were slowly sinking. T'Challa saw the fighter planes in the sky and rushed up without hesitation. He charged forward fearlessly, causing fireworks to explode, but he escaped death time and time again. Even though the glass in front of him was already full of cracks, he was not afraid at all. President Obama went to the White House. After some emergency treatment, he slowly woke up. He was dazed and weakly grasped the hand of the new Vice President Hillary. I had a nightmare. In the dream, the United States lost 3 aircraft carriers, dozens of warships, and thousands of soldiers. Our hegemony fell. It was so terrifying. Hillary held his hand tightly and said, "Guanhai, hold on, don't die. What you said is true. I don't want to inherit the presidency under such circumstances. I can't wipe your ass." Guanhai was stunned for a moment and suddenly felt a pain in his chest. When his consciousness became blurred again, he shouted, "Hurry, go to New York to invite the Avengers." When Cohen received the news, he was stunned for a while. Although there was some thought at the beginning that both sides would suffer losses, the damage was too thorough. According to normal procedures, shouldn't the two sides test each other for a while, exchange a few moves, and then find that the other side is tough? So they chat for a few words and then resolve the issue at the negotiation table. "You start off with such a big deal!" Cohen called out Guanhai, who had just woken up again. Cohen still admired his attitude of not using nuclear bombs to solve the problem. Of course, Guanhai had thought about using nuclear bombs to solve the problem. If General Ross, the scapegoat, were still around, using nuclear bombs would indeed be something he would consider. But this guy, who would be a 5-star general if he won and would be the scapegoat if he lost, is already dead. There are still thousands of U.S. frontline soldiers on the Wakanda front. If he launches a nuclear bomb, won't he kill them too? Then the evil fire that had been temporarily suppressed by the people before will, together with this time, completely burn him to death. "Cohen, help me. You must help me this time. Otherwise I will become the biggest sinner in the history of the United States of America." Cohen rolled his eyes and said, "Don't worry. In my eyes you will never be the biggest sinner in American history, because that spot has already been taken. That is the little boy with the fallen cherry axe, the black teeth crusher, and Mr. Washington. Mr. President, the Avengers is a just organization that upholds justice and protects the people. It is not our style to attack an African country without any reason. What do you want? We can talk." "Mr. President, that's not what I meant. I told you, I'll give you whatever you want." "Tisk, Mr. President really makes it difficult for me." Cohen thought for a moment. Does the president remember the devil who invaded New York? Guanhai was slightly stunned. Of course. Recently, I was planning to avenge him on behalf of the people of New York, but I didn't have any suitable weapons. "You see, what do you want? Weapons of mass destruction." Guanhai was silent. Cohen smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will only use it in hell." Who would be so crazy as to use a nuclear bomb on Earth? Guanhai gritted his teeth and said, "Okay. It just so happens that the nuclear weapons reduction plan we signed with Russia has not yet been completed. I will arrange to scrap a few of them." "Very good." Cohen nodded with satisfaction. "There is another small matter. The missions carried out by the Avengers have become more and more dangerous recently. There are some jobs that are not suitable for them to do, so I plan to form a D team. Can the president arrange some manpower support?" Guanhai was slightly stunned. "This is easy. Can't I help you get a team of the most elite and loyal American soldiers?" Cohen smiled and said, "There's no need to waste these outstanding talents. This D team will be carrying out the most dangerous mission, and if we're not careful, we'll be wiped out. So every month you can select some serious criminals, criminal veterans and the like from prisons across the country and give them to me. But you have to understand that when you gave them to me, they were already dead." Guanhai frowned. "What do you want to do?" Cohen shrugged. "I told you, revenge on the devil." Guanhai was silent for a while. "A lot of people are going to die." "Quite a bit." "It is good." Cohen raised the corner of his mouth. If he really used these guys to take revenge on the devil, he would be doomed. The so-called D team is actually a test team. He had obtained the Hulk serum before and had ordered people to study it secretly. Even if he couldn't create an army of Hulks, it should be no problem to create an army of abominations. Right now that the experiments have made great progress, we just need to carry out a large number of human experiments. He is kind-hearted enough to use criminals as experimental subjects. Besides these two, what else do you want? Wakanda's vibranium Augwanhai narrowed his eyes slightly. How do you want to divide it? Cohen asked seriously. How are you going to divide it? 82. Me. Okay, what do you mean by 8? I'm the second one? No way. 7-3, I'm 7. Do you know how many research institutes and military institutions in the United States are waiting for this thing? Cohen shrugged. Mr. President, do you think vibranium can make up for the 3 aircraft carriers and dozens of warships lost by the United States? It can't be made up. Of course it can't be made up! Augwanhai's heart was bleeding. He had a premonition that the hegemony of the United States would really fall from today! Cohen raised a smile and said, Mr. President, you don't think that the hegemony of the United States will fall from today, do you? Augwanhai looked at him puzzledly. The United States still has me, the Avengers. Are we not as good as just 3 aircraft carriers? Maybe you haven't realized it yet, but the Avengers have become the United States backer, right? Cohen continued. Since we are the backer of the United States, why do you choose to go far away? Isn't it your best choice to greatly strengthen our Avengers' strength? Augwanhai frowned. But aren't you unwilling to help the United States kill people and occupy land? We may be a shield, but as long as we are here, the United States doesn't have to worry about being harmed. Isn't that enough? If we don't want to do something, you can always find someone else to do it. But you never have to worry about the safety of the US mainland. Isn't that enough? Augwanhai thought about it and decided that it would be fine to first have an invincible shield and then consider the invincible spear. Then how do you want to distribute it? 7 and 3. I'll take 7 and you'll take 3. Impossible. Augwanhai yelled instantly. I can't explain it. At most 50-50, we each take half. Deal. Cohen made the decision happily. Did I bid too high? Augwanhai was confused. Cohen was very satisfied, and a 50-50 split between the thousands of research and production departments of all sizes in a country was already the limit. Next, Cohen gathered the Avengers, including Professor Charles, Colossus, Wolverine, Storm, Phoenix, Cyclops, Frank, and others. The professor and others were wondering why they should participate in this unjust war. Cohen's answer was simple. We don't have a position, neither on the US military nor on Wakanda. We are here to reconcile the 2 sides, end the war, and justice. End of this chapter. Chapter 98. Want to take action against Rhodes? Ask Stark if he agrees. Chapter 98. Want to take action against Rhodes? Ask Stark if he agrees! The Avengers stepped in and successfully brought both sides of the war to the negotiating table. In the makeshift meeting room, except for Cohen, who had a smile on his face, the other 2 parties wished the other party would die! Both sides suffered heavy losses. On the Wakanda side, almost all of the ground forces were destroyed, only a small half of the fighter forces survived, and the entire city suffered huge damage. Wakanda is on the verge of collapse. As for the US military, if they grit their teeth and hold on, they can indeed destroy Wakanda. After all, the only threat left to the opponent is their more than 20 fighter jets. But the US military suffered heavy losses, and they could not be sure whether Wakanda's fatal blow would cause them greater damage. If 1 or 2 more US aircraft carriers sink, it will mean that US hegemony will collapse directly. If its external hegemony collapses, racial, immigration, gun, and LGBT issues within the United States are likely to ferment rapidly. Although many of these mines were planted by the US government itself, they do not have the ability to clear them. Once it breaks out, the United States will be blown to pieces. Everyone, please don't be so nervous. Now that we are sitting at the negotiation table, it means the war is over. Cohen spread his hands and said, We the Avengers are here, so justice and kindness will come. War is evil and cruel. What's the problem? Why can't we sit down and talk about it? Only a devil would start a fight without saying a word. And we, the Avengers, are very good at fighting demons. On the Wakanda side, Shuri, the current Black Panther sister, sneered. You said it's over, Humph. You outsiders started the war, but we in Wakanda should have the final say on when it ends. Ha ha, young man. Don't be too angry! If you insist on carrying on this war, I believe you will soon see Wakanda in ruins. You! Shuri slammed the table, stood up, and stared at Cohen! Cohen's mind moved, and the small flash exploded immediately in front of her eyes. Bastard! She screamed immediately, lost her sense of direction, and fell to the ground with her eyes covered. T'Challa's face changed and he instinctively wanted to stand up. But Cohen flashed and came behind him, holding his shoulders, and said, Don't get excited. She was just flashed by the strong light. She will be fine in a while. You are a king now. Have some self-control. T'Challa's face turned dark red, and he tried his best to stand up. The chair creaked, but the hands on his shoulders were too strong and he couldn't break free. This guy is so powerful. A chill rose in T'Challa's heart. If people like this joined the army attacking Wakanda, they would have been finished long ago. What do you want to do? Help the US military attack Wakanda? Tusk, you didn't listen to anything I said just now. I am here to enforce justice. Cohen let him go and sat back in the main seat. How about Wakanda and the US military sign a ceasefire agreement? Let's exchange technology, trade with each other, develop together, and create a harmonious and beautiful new society. No way, we won't cooperate with the person who killed my father. Shuri, with everything in front of his eyes blurry, was still shouting. T'Challa had a blank expression on his face, seemingly in deep thought. After a long while, he said, I have 3 conditions. Cohen raised his eyebrows. You say, first, Wakanda will not only cooperate with the US military, we will cooperate with any country in the world. You fart. US Representative Commissioner Smith immediately started cursing. The United States lost tens of thousands of people, and the results of the battle won by 3 aircraft carriers and dozens of warships were shared with the whole world. You are talking nonsense! Okay, I agree. Smith stared at Cohen with wide eyes and his mouth twitched. President Ogwanhai said that everything depends on Cohen, so he could only swallow this anger. Second, the US military is not allowed to station troops within 500 kilometers of Wakanda. Impossible. How do we know if you have kept your promise? Smith shouted. Cohen said nothing. Black Panther looked at him and gritted his teeth. 300 kilometers. 30 kilometers. Smith shouted, slamming the table. No, the two had a big argument and finally decided on 150 kilometers. This distance is already very close. At least, the US missiles can arrive within a few minutes. Moreover, Black Panther, this fool, was obviously a king for the first time. Faced with such a situation, he forgot another important condition. That is, he did not stipulate that the US military can only set up one base within 150 kilometers! If we want to go back and negotiate this condition with the US military, we will probably have to give up some of our interests. The third condition is that the US military must hand over the murderer who killed my father. Impossible. Cohen immediately refused. How can I hand over Stark's beloved friend, Colonel Rhodes? T'Challa glanced around and found that among the American representatives, there was a black man with a name tag that read, Colonel Rhodes! Killing intent instantly burst out from his eyes. You are the one who killed my father. He looked at Commissioner Cohen and Smith and said, hand over the murderer, or today's negotiations will be null and void. Cohen also sneered, you dare to touch him? Don't you want to see if our little hero Iron Man Stark agrees? He has the most powerful armor in the world! Our Colonel Rhodes can easily take down several of your planes wearing his armor. If Stark came in person, wouldn't you have been finished long ago? Stop wishful thinking. T'Challa's face was icy. So that means this bastard Stark is also responsible for killing my father? Commissioner Smith and other U.S. representatives looked unhappy. They glanced at Cohen secretly, seeming to want to say something but stopping themselves. Especially Rhodes, he looked at Cohen in disbelief. Are you threatening the enemy or selling out your teammates? After selling me out, you're now selling Stark. Cohen shrugged. If you count it that way, the entire United States is responsible! Rhodes is a U.S. war hero. You can't touch him. And Stark is an excellent U.S. defense supplier. You can't touch him even more. After saying that, Cohen looked at Rhodes and said, "Don't worry, with me by your side, no one can touch you." Rhodes' face turned green. "You can't move around me. Can you still protect me 24 hours a day?" "No, I'm going to have to weld the armor to my body when I get back!" Cohen knocked on the table and said, "King Black Panther, I tell you, I can't agree to all your conditions!" Of course I want to promote peace and end war. But this time, I was accompanied by dozens of Stark robots manufactured by Stark Industries, which wholeheartedly support the U.S. Expeditionary Force. They are powerful weapons. Once they are deployed in the battlefield and destroy your planes, you will be finished." As Cohen said this, Smith kept winking at him. "What?" Cohen pretended to have just remembered it and patted his head. "This is a U.S. military secret. How could I say it out loud?" "Hey, T'Challa, you see, I already feel sorry for you. Such a confidential matter has been revealed. There is an old saying in the ancient East, as long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. There are not many people left in Wakanda. If you continue fighting, you will all be wiped out. Besides, you also killed General Ross, the Supreme Commander of the United Army and the future 5-star general, so we are even now." Black Panther stared at Rhodes for a long while, then gritted his teeth and said, "Okay. Perfect." With Cohen's help, the two sides completed the first negotiation. There will be a series of negotiations to agree on specific terms and content, but Cohen no longer needs to take any action. The other members of the Avengers came here in vain. As soon as he returned to New York, Cohen received a secret report. Before, although the United States banned S.H.I.E.L.D, arrested a large number of S.H.I.E.L.D personnel and occupied many S.H.I.E.L.D bases. But in fact, only the surface power of S.H.I.E.L.D was destroyed. In other words, there are many private bases and safe houses in other parts of the world and in the United States by S.H.I.E.L.D. Secretly, Nick Fury still holds a lot of power. However, in the United States, S.H.I.E.L.D forces do not dare to appear openly. But Cohen has always been paying attention to these forces hidden in the darkness. As for how, of course it was through the Hydra members who showed goodwill to him. Hydra's infiltration of S.H.I.E.L.D has reached a considerable extent. Even now, Nick Fury has Hydra undercover agents around him. However, there has been no news in the past few days. Cohen speculated that Fury and others were probably in a relatively confidential place, so they were completely cut off from the outside world. It wasn't until this morning that the people inside managed to send in some news. It's not where Nick Fury is hiding. Instead, it was the Injustice League he formed and his first plan to attack Cohen. He set his sights on Alcatraz and the Worthing Laboratory! It's Jimmy, the little boy in X-Men 3 who can eliminate the abilities of mutants. Nick Fury wants to use this method to attack Cohen's right-hand man, the mutant. After learning the news, Cohen immediately made a plan to wait and see. In an unknown S.H.I.E.L.D base, Nick Fury is trying to convince someone to take over as the boss of Injustice. This person is Captain America, Steve Rogers. Yes, he was scooped out by Nick Fury a long time ago. It was not until recently that it was officially revived. However, it is extremely difficult to persuade the former spiritual idol of Americans to join an assassination organization. The two of them sat at each end of the long table, and Nick Fury threw out a pile of documents and photos. "I told you, this guy named Cohen is by no means a simple savior. He saved the world and gained such a great fame. He definitely had other intentions! I have a lot of evidence here to prove that he is definitely not as good a person as he appears to be! He is an ambitious man. If left alone, he will definitely bring great disaster to the world. Not long after Steve woke up from decades of sleep, he saw a one-eyed black man sitting opposite him, roaring at him, and a strange thought came to his mind. He can actually sit at the same table with me. What on earth has this world become? Without even glancing at the information on the table, he asked calmly, based on what I've learned these days, he has saved at least tens of millions of lives. How many have you saved? End of this chapter. Chapter 99 Fury and -039's Trap. Chapter 99 Fury's Trap. Nick Fury paused and rolled his eyes. Don't worry about how many people I saved. I am discussing the issue of King Cohen now! Can't you see that his power and authority are not restrained at all? I'm sure that he and that bastard Guanhai must have some unspeakable secret! Not only did the two of them conspire to embezzle the assets of the American people, they also seriously endangered the security of the United States. Fury took a breath and said, take the events of the past 2 days for example. That useless Guanhai caused the United States to lose 3 aircraft carriers in one fell swoop. Do you know what this concept is? Without the protection of the U.S. military, the situation in many areas will fall into chaos. Steve smiled coldly. After hearing what you said, I thought you were a politician from the United States. You make me smell the stench of decadent and corrupt Soviet revisionist imperialism. The American captain crossed his arms and said, I've seen a lot of people like you. Soldiers fought for their lives on the front lines and won the victory, but you stood behind them and accused them of violating military discipline and not following the rules. Fury stared at him with his bloodshot eye and sneered, no matter how you evaluate me, I always protect the world's safety as my top priority. What about you? I am inviting you to take this world back from a hypocrite. What are you hesitating about? Steve stared at him. Why should I trust you, fake squid? Fury cursed, stood up and pointed the gun at his head. Aren't you afraid that I will shoot you, Steve Rogers? The American captain was not afraid at all. After you shoot, the person who will be killed will be you. Fury's eyes flickered, and he suddenly laughed out loud. As expected of you, you are the captain of the United States. I knew you wouldn't give in so easily. He threw out a business card and said, don't you want to see what the world is like for yourself? Then go for it. This is Howard's son Tony Stark. He will help you. I hope that after seeing how evil and powerful the Avengers are, you will be willing to come back and help us. Steve glanced at the business card on the table and said, I can't guarantee that. Because some people are clearly wrong, but they don't realize where they are wrong. A cold light flashed in Fury's eyes. It's definitely not me who is wrong! I hope it won't be you. A few hours later, Fury watched Steve's departing back in silence. Agent Hill appeared behind him. Chief, are you sure he will come back? It doesn't matter. Why? Because I planted a seed of doubt in his heart. Hill was silent. Fury turned around and said, Hill, maybe you shouldn't come to me. Even if you are in a federal prison, like Coulson and Natasha, you should not come to me. Why? Because what I'm about to do is too dangerous. The more I studied Cohen, the more I found irrational things about him. He doesn't even look like a human being. In that case, why are you fighting him? Why don't you just leave the Earth? Hill glanced up at the sky. I won't be a deserter. I'm going to do everything I can to wake up the world! Even if I fail, at least I have to tell that guy that there are some people in this world who will never compromise. He took a deep breath and asked, is the Injustice League ready? Hill sighed. Are you sure you want to do this? You will definitely implicate many innocent people. I have to do this! As for the collateral damage, I can't help it. After saying that, Nick Fury strode away. Alcatraz at night. In the sky, a stealth fighter approached quietly, and the next moment, a ray of light was emitted and the entire Worthing base fell into darkness. There was a sudden chaos in the base. The invisible fighter landed quietly, and several figures walked out. The one leading the way was Nick Fury. He said to one of the middle-aged men in a leather jacket, "Doppelganger, it's your turn now." The man nicknamed the clone smiled, and his body shook, and two men who looked exactly like him walked out of his body. Two men walked into the room and carried out a box of weapons. The clone smiled and said, "I am an army by myself." As soon as he finished speaking, a large number of clones continued to emerge from his body, each holding a weapon. Soon, dozens of men with guns stood in front of Fury. The clone laughed. "This is not my limit. You should prepare more weapons." "Enough," Fury said. "You are responsible for clearing the way. Let's go." Inside the base, Cohen had been waiting here for a long time. They are a genuine superhero organization recognized by the government, so it is easy for them to break into a mere research laboratory. In addition to Cohen, there are the Professor, Storm, Phoenix, Cyclops, Colossus, etc. Wolverine is not there because standing in front of them is a bald little boy, Jimmy. His nickname is Leech, and anyone who gets close to him will lose their mutant abilities. When Wolverine comes, his regenerative ability is suppressed, and his body made of adamantium will immediately make him suffer excruciating pain. Looking at the leeches in front of them, everyone was surprised. Charles looked at Cohen. "What are you going to do with him?" "Take him back to the Union base. And then, food, accommodation, and schooling are provided." The professor was silent. Cohen's eyes widened. No way, Professor. Do you want to kill him?" "No. Leeches may bring doom to mutants." The professor understood this as soon as he saw him. He looked at the memory of the person in charge of the base, and found that the drug extracted from leeches was called the antidote for mutants! If this drug were to spread, I'm afraid every parent of a new mutant would give their abnormal children an injection. Cohen smiled and said, "Professor, are you interested in setting up a mutant rehabilitation center?" "What?" "Spread Xavier's reputation and attract mutants from all over the world to join the academy. Tell them that Xavier's school has a way to turn mutants into normal people. Anyone who is willing to come can receive treatment. Those who are unwilling to accept this potion can continue to live as mutants in Xavier Institute." "No," Storm yelled, "mutations are not a disease. We don't need a cure! This is a gift from God." Cohen smiled and said, "Are you sure it's a talent? Or is it only a talent in your group? You're just lucky." Handsome men and beautiful women, possessing powers beyond ordinary people, of course you shout that this is evolution, this is a talent. But have you ever thought about the majority of ordinary mutants? Cohen sneered. They don't have any cool abilities, nor any so-called powerful talents. Instead, because of this so-called mutant gene, he has become neither human nor ghost! Just like the leech Jimmy in front of us. He is so young, has no hair, and has been locked in the laboratory for many years. Is he happy? Would he rather be an evolved, gifted mutant, or just a normal kitty? Are useless and waste. Humans are unwilling to accept them, and they live a lonely and painful life! Have you ever thought about these? Storm was stunned, and so were everyone else. Cohen continued, "Whether it's you or Magneto, you are all the best among mutants. But why do you make decisions for others? This injection of potion can remove their fur, blue skin, and long tails. If they want, why not?" The others were shocked, and Storm muttered, This is not right. There's nothing wrong with that. If you don't believe me, ask our knowledgeable professor." Cohen turned to Charles and said, "Have you ever entered the minds of the weakest, most lowly, and ugliest mutants? What do they think? Is the identity of a mutant a gift from God or a curse from the devil? Check your conscience and tell everyone." The professor remained silent. Cohen shrugged. "Look, the answer is so deafening." Phoenix Girl covered her head. "Professor, why didn't you ever tell us?" The professor stammered, "Because we can't do anything." Cohen shook his head. "Yes, there are so many mutants in this world, and you can only protect the dozens of them in the school. More people are being rejected and taken away for experiments, and you are all powerless to do anything about it. Cohen waved his hand. Just follow me and save the world if you really want to help your fellow mutants. The best opportunity now is to become a hero admired by the whole world. He had heard the noise of fighting, and it seemed that the enemy had come in. He opened the absolute zero zone and waved to Leech Jimmy. Come on, go in and have some sleep. When you wake up, you will be free. Get to work, Professor, and catch all these mutant lunatics. The professor's mind moved, and suddenly his brows frowned. No, I can't stop them. Cohen was stunned, and a trace of doubt arose in his heart. But soon, several figures appeared in front of him. Leading the way was Nick Fury. Seeing everyone's strange faces, Fury raised a smile. Professor Charles, are you suddenly beginning to doubt yourself? He showed off the special headphones in his ears. This technology is hundreds of years ahead of the Earth, but unfortunately there are too few of them. Otherwise I will give one to everyone in the world. Cyclops took a step forward. Do you think that just because the professor is useless, you can take down all of us? Fury grinned. Who said that only professors are useless? As soon as he finished speaking, a blue shock wave flashed by. Cyclops touched his body and found no injuries. He frowned, but found that the red vision in front of him was fading. This means that his ability is disappearing. Behind him, the same happened to Storm, Cyclops, and others. Fury snorted coldly. You don't think that only that little boy can make your abilities disappear? Pulse next to me can do the same! Although the time is a little shorter, it is enough to deal with you. A trace of panic obviously flashed across Cyclops and Storm's faces. Only then did Cohen take a step forward and said, So this is your trap? Your target has never been that little boy, but us. Have you discovered that there is an undercover agent around you? End of this chapter. Chapter 100, Death of Nick Fury. Chapter 100, Death of Nick Fury. Nick Fury sneered. Your little tricks are too childish for me. But I'm curious, how did you get an old agent with more than 10 years of experience to suddenly start obeying your orders? Cohen understood instantly that the old man had discovered Hydra's undercover agent, but had not found out his identity. Instead, he thought he was controlling the people around him. All I can say is that what he saw was just what he wanted to see. Cohen shook his head and looked around at the enemies in front of him, counting slowly. Red Tank, Pulse, Doppelganger, and this one is Moonstar. Never heard of it. Cohen shook his head. Nick Fury sneered. You will know in a moment. Red Tank, kill them. At his command, a giant man, as tall as a little giant, dressed in red and wearing an unknown helmet, walked forward. He clenched his fist and said jokingly, Are you ready to be smashed by me? Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the floor beneath his feet was dented by the huge force. At the same time, his huge body began to rush forward. The X-Men and others looked horrified and dodged, but the professor was unable to move and had to watch Red Hulk rush over. At the critical moment, bang! A silver-white mecha fell from the sky, and a pair of silver arms stretched forward to stop the aggressive red tank. A red tank and a silver-white mecha, the two were in a stalemate, and they were evenly matched. Cohen opened a door to the absolute realm. Come on, little burdens, go in. At this time, others also launched an attack. Cohen swung a thunderbolt, and the pulse instantly emitted a laser, canceling out the lightning. Fury came to Yuexing and said anxiously, Do it. In an instant, Yuexing's eyes turned white and her whole body stiffened, as if she was sensing something. Cohen felt something trying to get into his head. He looked at Moonstar and Nick Fury. What do you want to do? Fury smiled coldly. She can dig out the most fearful thing in your heart, and then materialize it and let it kill you. Don't you know that I have soul defense? Nick Fury narrowed his eyes. Of course I know. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly took out a needle and inserted it into Yuexing's neck. After the red potion was injected, in an instant, Cohen felt as if his soul was carrying a huge stone plate, and even his sensitivity to the outside world became much weaker. This power didn't seem to need to go deep into his soul. In an instant, Cohen's eyes blurred and he seemed to see something incredible. A cold wind blows suddenly. 5 vortices, some dark and some bright, appeared in the sky. There was a faint sense of incredible power emanating from it. Yuexing was trembling all over, with large patches of cold sweat on his forehead. Nick Fury frowned and asked, "What exactly are you afraid of?" At this time, the heavy mental burden on Cohen had disappeared, and Yuexing's ability had reached the stage of materializing his fear. He smiled slightly and said, "It was only today that I realized that I'm afraid of many things." She only picked out 5 of the weakest ones. Haha, it seems like she can't materialize. Nick Fury had already sensed the unparalleled pressure emanating from the 5 vortices. Even though only a tiny bit of information leaked out, it still made him shudder. He was somewhat skeptical. If such an existence were truly materialized, what would be the consequences? Gohan was curiously using the system to judge the 5 vortices in front of him. These vortices are what Yuexing wants to materialize the 5 gods of creation of the Marvel Universe. Maybe it's because they were materialized by Cohen's enemies, so in the system, they are all criminals. The level has risen from the initial silver level to the current platinum level. But this is obviously the limit of Yuexing. Although the pressure is extremely strong, the actual strength is not high. The red tank and the thunder armor fought in the distance and almost destroyed half of the laboratory. The clone transformed into many people, and together with Pulse, they stood in front of Cohen, as if they wanted to protect Yuexing from completing her materialization. Cohen raised his hand and sent out another fierce bolt of thunder. All of the clones of the clone man were destroyed, and Pulse relied on his own ability to barely offset the attacking lightning. Seeing this, Nick Fury said to Yuexing anxiously, "It's too late. Give up 4 of them and materialize only 1. Cohen flashed forward and slapped the clone and Pulse on the back of their heads before they could react. The abilities of these 2 people are quite interesting, and the level of the prey is not high, so it is better to keep it than to kill it." He casually threw the 2 into the absolute realm, and he sensed a powerful aura boom. The wind was howling, and the sky and earth were changing color! In a huge vortex, a foot wearing purple armor stepped forward. Looking at the familiar style, Cohen's heart sank and his eyes widened instantly. How come this seems to be Galactus! The moment the armored foot stepped over, Yuexing screamed and fell into a coma. The next moment, Cohen almost cried out, because the one who appeared in front of him was none other than the Devourer of Planets, mini version of. It was only up to his knees and was chubby all over. He turned to look at Nick Fury, who also had a dazed look on his face. "This is your secret weapon against me. Are you trying to kill me? Or are you sending me a godsend?" Fury looked at the unconscious Moonstar on the ground and the little Devourer, his expression extremely grim. At this time, the little Devourer of Planets stretched out his little finger and pointed at Cohen, saying in a hoarse voice, "You have an aura that I hate. Die." He ran over and punched and kicked Cohen's calves. Cohen bent down, grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and lifted him up. "Let me go, asshole. Tusk, you clearly look like a little kid. Why do you have the smoky voice of a mature old man? It's strange. Just now there were 5 whirlpools and the system determined that they were 5 platinum-level threats. How come after they were combined into 1, they became silver level?" Touched the asteroid Devourer all over and soon found something unusual. This little armor of his should not be simple. Even though he pulled with all his strength, it didn't show any sign of damage or deformation. So, most of the power used to create 5 platinum-level praise was spent on the clothes, right? Nick Fury, there must be something wrong with the potion you injected into Yuexing! Seeing Cohen casually picking up the Devourer of Asteroids, the last glimmer of hope in Fury's heart was shattered. He said nothing, and just as he moved his feet, Cohen appeared in front of him in a flash. The punch was as powerful as a dragon, hitting Nick Fury hard on the waist. He clearly felt that something in his body had broken. Looking at Nick Fury kneeling on the ground in front of him, Cohen put Galactus, who was stuck under his armpits, into the absolute zero zone with him. Then his figure flashed and came in front of the thunder armor, using his own thunder to pull the armor's thunder. The massive amount of lightning instantly knocked the red tank unconscious. Put everything into the absolute zero zone. Then he rushed forward and flew into the air. The end of Nick Fury has come. He soon came to a special place. There is a circle of barbed wire around it, and there are several skull warning signs. This is an extremely dangerous chemical waste dump. He released Nick Fury. Seeing himself change location in a flash before his eyes, Fury realized that he had underestimated the enemy in front of him. Cohen motioned for him to look around. I picked out a good spot for you. Fury was not afraid at all. He looked at the green and thick chemical fertilizer rolling in the pit and smiled grimly. You can kill me, but you can't kill my spirit. Cohen smiled and said, Dear Fury, why would I want to kill you? I am expecting you to complete an evolution that is beyond the reach of ordinary people! Many people in this world have gained incredible power in this way. How I wish you could do the same. I haven't had enough fun with you. Humph. If you have the guts, let me go. I will chop off your head next time. Cohen looked at him steadily and shook his head. It's hard to believe that such stupid words came out of the mouth of the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. You are insulting my ears. But Cohen changed the subject. If you want to survive, it's not impossible. Tell me all of S.H.I.E.L.D's secret assets, personnel, and bases, and I'll consider sparing your life. Haha. Nick Fury also laughed. You are insulting my ears too. Cohen looked up at the sky and suddenly said, Didn't you call her? Or did she stand you up? If you don't come, you will miss the last time you see me. Hearing this, Nick Fury was visibly stunned. How do you know her? Cohen shrugged. Because I'm handsome. Nick Fury shook his head. You don't have to wait for her. She's already come back. Cohen was slightly stunned. Have you been back? The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. She came back, but she didn't look for me. So he doesn't think I'm a bad person, rather. He is the savior in the eyes of the public. Nick Fury's eyes revealed a trace of sadness. She is busy showing her universal love and saving those dying aliens! Earthlings, you don't deserve her to stay for a few more seconds. Oh. It turns out that our great Agent Fury is still a lonely guy. Cohen looked serious. I never understood why you were targeting may have truly saved the lives of tens of millions of people. Even if I have some moral flaws in private, so what if I remember correctly? You are the #1 ambassador in S.H.I.E.L.D. Why are you judging me? You will bring disaster to the world. Why? Nick Fury, intuition! The increasingly strong intuition of an experienced and excellent veteran agent. You. Cohen rolled his eyes and pushed. Nick Fury tumbles down into a chemical waste pool. You're a psychopath. Cohen cursed, but still felt unsatisfied. He flew up, looked around, and pulled out a long stick. Nick Fury was struggling on the surface of the scraps, and Cohen smashed down on his head. Intuition, right? Intuition! Did you have a hunch that you were going to die today? End of this chapter. Alright, legends, that's it for today. Like, subscribe, and I'll meet you in the next audiobook.